Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is all right. So we are live. Go. Da, 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 da. We are live. See if this works. You see outside? Yeah. Okay. Streaming with the new camera that you guys have donated about, I'd say about 45% of the price. So it's not too bad. Thanks to the donations. And this is what helps not just maintain, but improve the live shows. So this is kind of cool. So we have had 40 centimeters of snow, which is roughly 16 inches. And we are in for another 40 tomorrow. The city has barely been able to remove, they removed the snow on the big streets. But little streets like here, and it's crazy. I haven't seen that much snow in a long time, and tomorrow is going to be worse. It's like they said that the last time we had so much snow in such a little amount of time was 71 years ago. So it's going to be very, very snowy. It's halfway VA3 JPX. Right now it's halfway between a 4K and an HD. But it is, if you put it in a big screen and put it at max, there's a huge difference in the picture. But it's not running full 4K because there's a slight delay if I put it at full 4K. There's a slight delay in the between the speech and the video, and I would guess it's the PC that has a hard time processing fast enough for the video to go out. So right now, I'm kind of halfway there. I'm at, what was the resolution? I'm at 2560 by 1440, which is higher than HD, which is 1080 by 1920. But not full Ultra HD on it. So here we go. Everything looks nice. So let's start this show. Welcome aboard. This is the live show, the Shortwave Radio live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we, of course, are here to entertain, have fun, talk about radio, and have a lot of fun with radio in general. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. That's northeast part of North America. And we have a lot of fun with radio in general. And so we might be tuning the bands, checking out what's out there. And it's really a lot of fun. The choice for the drink today is a rosé wine because I helped my neighbor shovel and he gave me a couple of bottles of wine. So cheers, everybody. It's okay. It's a little too sweet for my taste, but it's okay. So rosé wine today, thanks to the help in shoveling with my neighbor. So, what else do we have? Well, we have a beautiful chat room if you want to join in. This chat room has wonderful people in it. And so why not join in, say hi, you can ask questions, whatever fancy. It's really, really cool and wonderful people. They're very respectful and we're the most helpful gang that I think that exists. Where, if you need help, if you need to have somebody answer a question, if you're new to the hobby, great place. And you know what? You might be a ham, you might be a shortwave listener for the past 50 years. You might also have questions. We don't know everything. There's areas where our knowledge isn't as good. There are areas where we might be almost we know everything or almost, but there's always something that we learn every day. So don't hesitate to ask any questions, honestly. And so when that is done, we have a Facebook group where this continues. And the Facebook group is the official SWL channel, same name. I'll share the link here where you can join in the group if you want. I also have a Blue Sky account. Now I've reached in 2 weeks 201 followers. So it's actually going up quite fast. So I hope to get more. And Blue Sky account where I post, of course, the live show links. I post things that I'm listening to and unusual stuff like on the Facebook group. So it's kind of a nice place. Sometimes I repost some of the info from others also at the same time, so it's kind of cool. So you can follow me on Blue Sky also if you wish. And well, this is the place to be if you're a radio geek. I say it all the time. If you have you're probably doing this alone. We're mostly alone doing this hobby, so at least here you can join in with other people, which is kind of cool and a lot of fun. And of course, the YouTube channel, which is at more than 50,000 subscribers now, which is really, really nice. Checking a little, today maybe we could have a little discussion on that. Maybe kind of sending me in a direction, things that you'd like to see more on the radio channel itself. So we'll be checking that out. So, hey, Jay Watterson69, nice to have you on board. Richard Wagner, WA9301SWL, nice to have you here from snowy Northeast Illinois. Andrew Ross, good evening, nice to have you on board. And finally, Stop Raining. And meow to Paul the Cat. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here, WA0113SWL from Winsville, Missouri. Bobby, Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here. WA5107SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. VA3JPX, welcome aboard, my friend. Yeah, Captain Paul is at the mic on the picture, which was very, very interesting because it was natural. He got up and wanted to smell the microphone. So it was like, oh, perfect time for a picture. For a thumbnail of the show. So, by the way, 2-time signals right now. You might be hearing CHU on 7850 on the ICOM here. And on the Yisu here, we've got WWV on 25,000 kilohertz, 25 megahertz. I was listening on 25,800 this morning, coming in at times up to S9. It it would fade down into oblivion. I would not hear it at all. And then it would come back up and stay there at S789 for a minute or two and then fade back down. World Music Radio from Denmark. It's a 1 kilowatt station, 25,800 kilohertz. RJ Dakota, absolutely. Paul is actually taking care of all the technical aspect. So if something goes wrong, I just shout to Paul, and he's there like 2 minutes later, fixing everything. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Blogger Die, nice to have you on board. And reinstalling Windows. Fun times all the time in reinstalling Windows. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Marvin Mutz, good morning from Japan Islands. And I got your email. I will be sending you my postal address, by the way. So I got your email. Don't worry, I'll answer. I'm a little sloppy in answering back on emails, so sometimes you got to hang in there a little because there's a lot of stuff that I look at. So I'll be sending you that, Marvin Motz. Nice to have you here. TVDX Sir, j'espère que ça va bien. Toi aussi? Ça va toujours bien ici. Robert Varner, KC2TEL in New Jersey. Nice to have you on board. Indy New, nice to have you on board from the UK, M7CUN. Mike Hill, nice to have you here from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Karen Bidwell, nice to have you on board, Karen. Buckling down for a snowstorm that arrives in a couple of hours. We'll get about 6 inches and then a half inch of rain on top. Then it gets cold with everything turning to ice. So here, yeah, like I said at the beginning, 16 inches more tomorrow after we had 16 inches on Wednesday. But you know what? It's going to be a radio Sunday inside. I'll be just taking it easy. I was actually looking at my scanner radios because one of the things I want to do tomorrow when the storm is at its worst is scan for the commercial bands, see where, you know, if I hear truckers or towing or, you know, snow removal crews or anything that's out there that, you know, and there's a lot of those frequencies here in Montreal. So after scanning for a little while, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of activity to listen to. So it's going to be kind of a mix of shortwave, but also using the scanner radios and tuning around while the bad weather is going on. Bob Cantar, so it's not snowing right now. We're just starting to get off of the 16 inches we've got. Here it's still it's hard to see on the cam. If I start the cam, it's kind of hard to see because people have removed the snow, shoveled their snow, but there's a lot of snow on the ground here, and it's just crazy. Maybe I could put the camera the angle a little more towards the street here, but this is what it looks like, and it doesn't actually give justice to what it really looks like outside. To give you an idea, most of the people that shovel their snow, the mountains of snow are about my height, which is 5'9", and even higher, 6-7 feet high. There's one here on this side to the south, which is at least it could be at least 8 feet high. A lot of snow, and it's blocking actually the sidewalk, which is technically illegal, but you know, the city doesn't do anything when there's big snowstorms. And with what we're going to have next, man, this is going to be something with the snow removal after that. John Hummel Newell, nice to have you on board, VE5JHN, and from a frigid Saskatchewan. And for Canadians, by the way, today for all of us Canadians, it's National Flag Day. And our flag, our Canadian flag is 60 years old. It was first announced in 1965. So we have a 60-year-old flag, and I can tell you, I've never seen so many Canadian flags suddenly. Rob's radio channel, nice to have you on board. And as you actually make me think about something. Around mid-March, I will announce the exact date soon. Around mid-March, there will be a Zoom open to everybody on Shortwave channel. So I will be arranging that for somewhere in the mid-March. Question of kind of seeing and maybe seeing new faces and new people that if you want to join. So details to be announced. But mid to late March, we'll try to arrange a Zoom open to everybody. Also wanted to mention, among everybody that have donated, I will be making a list. And at the end of the month, the last show of this month, I will be choosing 2 people that have donated in the past weeks and months. And these 2 people will win a CIDX, Canadian International DX Club, 1-year subscription to the Messenger and, of course, membership to the club. So this is definitely something that will be interesting. So everybody that donates now, after, and have donated in the past, you will be in for a CIDX membership that will be... so the last show of this month, I will actually have the names of everybody that have donated. If you're already a subscriber or a member of the CIDX Club, then I don't know. We'll see what we could do. Maybe we'll just give it to somebody else, or maybe extend your membership. I don't know. We'll see what I'm going to talk about it with Sheldon to see what we'll do with that. But hey, you could win a membership and 1-year membership to CIDX, which is cool. Nice monthly bulletin in your email, the Messenger, and monthly Zooms. You're part of a club, and I think this is going to be a good idea for anybody that donates, either to the Super Chat here or PayPal donation. And by the way, today is Pizza Fund PayPal. If you want to make sure I don't starve to death, it will be, of course, I'm still on my diet, so I'll be eating two slices today and 2 tomorrow. So you can send for the Pizza Fund to the Yahoo email also. And of course, like I said, everybody will be entitled to the drawing of 2 CIDX memberships by the end of the month of February. So I think this is going to be kind of cool. And like I said, we'll have, and this one will be open to everybody. Mid to late March, we'll have a Zoom, the details to be announced. Hope that everybody will will want to participate. It's always kind of fun. And Zoom is a kind of a different beast. What's fun with Zoom is that at least you can, we can see each other if you have a cam. If you don't have a cam, it doesn't matter, eh? By the way, no cameras, it's fine. Just, you just go to, just the audio of the microphone is fine too. So this is going to be kind of cool. And to COD, nice to have you here from Western New York. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Cat Cans, nice to have you here. So Rob, yeah, we have, like I said, we have a 16-inch on the ground that fell on Wednesday. 16 more inch with high winds coming tomorrow. So it'll be a Sunday to stay home. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people on the road tomorrow, which is nice because on Wednesday was it's when we were working. Actually, Thursday, the next day, I went out and took the bus, and oh boy, it was like crazy. No, the storm was on Thursday. Sorry, I said Wednesday. The storm was on Thursday. Sorry. So the storm was on Thursday. So yesterday I took the bus, and it's like you got to jump over these very high banks of snow by the edge of the road when you get out of the bus. It's like, I haven't seen that in a long time. DX Winger, nice to have you on board from Southeast Pennsylvania. Mike Hill, yeah, split screen of snow, and of course we'll have the split screen is going to be used for different things at some point. I'm going to have the cameras positioned so that, for example, we can show a radio or things like that to tune around, and you guys get to see the radio actually, so from up close, which is going to be nice. Okay. David H., nice to have you here. Jasmine, nice to have you here from Seattle. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. KE2ADC in New Jersey. Tim in Texas. Any good books for shortwave listening? Honestly, most of the books that used to be, there's a World Radio TV Handbook, but the World Radio TV Handbook is more of a reference manual than an actual book for shortwave listeners. I think most of what is very interesting is really on the internet. There's a publication that's called a Spectrum Monitor that you can subscribe to also. I was talking about the Canadian International DX Club, CIDX. You can join CIDX. Let me see here. It's cidxclub.ca. Details for a club membership are here. So this is something you can go and check out. CIDX Club is a general radio listener club. We have the messenger bulletin PDF by email. Lots of really good stuff in there for people that are looking for information about radio and shortwave also. For the other thing that I will talk is, like I said, the Spectrum Monitor. Spectrum Monitor. So the Spectrum Monitor is a little bit like Monitoring Times. It really has the feel of Monitoring Times, and actually has a lot of the editors that were in the Monitoring Times magazine. It is electronic only, but that could also be something interesting for you out there. Cat Cans, can you please tell me the frequency of the stock finance stations you will listen the other day? Well, there's a lot of frequencies that are used. One is like 12,240 or 12,200. Yeah, 12,240 I think was the one. The other one was 13,920 or something. One was 14,500 something. If you go around, they have a few, at least a dozen frequencies that they are monitored throughout the day. So Blogger, yep, that should be just right. I am pushing it at 1440p right now, which is just a little more than standard HD. I'm not pushing it to max like I did the other day because of the, like I said, the slight sync issue that there is right now. What else do we have? Jean Arash, is there still snow removal in Montreal? Since the end they worked their asses off nonstop until last night, and I was able to listen to them on VHF. Yeah, they actually, what happened here in Montreal is that the city asked everybody to do the maximum amount of snow removal they could do until up to tonight, and then we'll let the other snowstorm get in. For example, here on the corner street, the two streets that are the bigger streets at each corner have been, the snow has been removed on both sides. So they've done the big streets at least. The small streets, of course, we're going to have to wait. But they still wanted to do as much as possible because they were afraid, particularly, that a lot of the smaller streets, ambulances and fire trucks could not pass, and which would create a risk, a security hazard. So they're trying to, they're being very strategic in the way they're removing it right now, to make sure that, need an ambulance, need fire trucks, they'll be able to get to wherever they need to be. So, but overall here on the street, you probably saw it when I showed the outdoor cam. You probably saw a car go through. It's like the streets itself and the sidewalks are fine. It's just that on each side there's huge mountains of snow accumulated. My WX50, yep, because it's the max resolution I'm actually pushing. So it is. The other day I was really in 4K. I pushed it at I don't remember what's the 4K resolution. Let me just check out the resolution here. Resolution custom. So the other day I pushed it at 3840 by 2160, which was the resolution for 4K, which is a huge difference when you look at the quality of the picture. Whoops, I did something here. Sorry, guys. My fault. I accidentally changed something. Sorry for that. Won't be long. Put back to the normal brightness we were. Here we go. There we go. And saturation here. Apply. Okay. Here we go. So, I'm not going to play too much with the settings. So, rosé wine, for those that weren't there at the beginning, this is a gift from my next door neighbor. Next door neighbor is like 70 years old, and I could see that he was struggling with the shoveling. So I thought I'd be a good neighbor and go help him out with the shovel, and it was very appreciative. So rosé wine has been 2 bottles of rosé wine. He was very, very happy for me to help out. I believe in such thing as being a good neighbor, because if something happens, you never know. It's like last year when there was no power. The neighbors in the backyard, we've always been really good friends. The first power outage, they didn't have power for a week. I offered them to put a super long extension cord so that they could have at least one outlet of electricity they could use something on and charge their stuff. And also, I lend them some battery packs, rechargeable battery packs. So they bought a generator, and last year, when it was my turn, didn't have power. First thing they said was like, "You need the generator? We can lend you the generator." It's like, so this is why being a good neighbor is fun, because when things happen, we can help each other. And I do believe in helping each other. Skipwave DX, nice to have you here. Rich from the Catskills Mountains of New York, snowing again. 804 Marty, nice to have you on board. Fred Water, talking about some editors of the Spectrum Monitor, with his excellent programming article. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Mr. Stonegrove, just some slight snow here in Stockholm, and a couple of degrees below freezing, which it hasn't been for a while. Cool. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Colorado. No snow in Seattle, says Jasmine. VE3JPX, free is good. Oh yeah, free is good. Brent, nice to have you here. VE3GXD from Brockville, Ontario. Nice to have you on board today. Jasmine, really was only cold enough to snow once this winter. Mike WX50, snow expected here in northwest Arkansas Tuesday, and with record-setting cold. Here, the funniest thing about the weather is Montreal usually has at least 1 or 2 days of rain in January. This year we had 0, and it was rather cold. And same is happening for February. we haven't had rain, which usually we have one or two. And apparently, by looking at like the extended weather outlook, we won't have rain in February, which is very unusual because even the coldest winters we always have, a few days of rain mixed in there. Fredwater, based on the snow we are getting, you'll have more on the way. Yeah, I can imagine. You're at the other end where all of it is coming right now. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the case. What else do we have here? Here we go. Lost my spot. Okay. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. RJ Dakota, Jose is always good. My personal favorite is Reunite when I do drink wine. Cool. Cat Cans, I'm a ham, but I like Shortwave and CB. I love logging shortwave signals from other country. Cool. That's the fun. My WX50, yeah, join Blue Sky, man. LVR Steelworks, nice to have you here. Have you checked out the VGC N76 radio? No, I have not. I have no idea what that is, actually. No idea what that is. So I need to check that out. What is that? VGC N76. Let me go check that out. VGC N76 radio. Oh, look at that. It ain't cheap. Viral Telecom V76 dual band and hell receiver. Looks nice. I'm curious. I'm at the... Okay. You know what? I should contact them and let them know if they want to send me one for a review. Maybe they'd be interested. I think that looks interesting. It's pretty expensive. When you compare that, there's a lot of those that look like that are like, like this one, for example, which I find has a really freaking beautiful screen on it. Yeah, I'm going to write them and let them know if I want to have, look at that. This is a pretty nice one. This one is locked. You can unlock it, of course, to broadcast everywhere, but this one's locked to the amateur bands. But it also is, you can listen to whatever other frequencies, VHF, UHF you want, like a scanner radio. Looks interesting. I'm going to write them after the live show today. I'm going to keep the page open. I'm going to write them and let them know that I'd be interested in reviewing one if they want to. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Jasmine Paul is the ultimate engineer. Absolutely. He fixes everything. Dave Vosh, nice to have you here from rainy Fort Washington, Maryland. Andrew Ross, often pick up CHU time signal here in Devon, England. James de Calais, bonjour, j'espère que tu vas bien. Et oui, celui-ci n'est pas français, mais j'ai une bouteille de vin français dans mon frigo présentement, une bouteille de vin blanc. Alors, oui, effectivement, régulièrement, je vais boire du vin français. J'aime bien les vins français. J'aime bien les vins chiliens également. You mean the time signal, RJ Dakota? I don't think the time signal still exists if I'm not mistaken. Not trying to remember. There's the weather fact station, which is VM. What is this? Australia. Yeah, I don't think I think the time signals are gone from Australia, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of there's the weather facts and the maritime stations though that are still on from Australia. Jasmine, radio and hot chocolate is perfect for days like that. Yep, that's true. Or coffee. Here we drive in that, Jasmine. Here everybody drives in the big snowstorms. It's like, another day. Richard Wagner, there's a CW contest going on the bottom of the bands, choking CW signals. Yeah. Terrence, nice to have you here. KD2ANN, New Jersey. 35 with snow. Joel Baker, I'm in Arizona, and last night was one of the best reception nights I've had in many months. Cool. Jasmine, that makes me want to curl up in bed with a bowl of oatmeal, cup of hot chocolate, and a waterfall from my SDR on my laptop. So, let me just put this back here. WWV still coming in pretty well on 25 megahertz. Blogger Die, I'm totally unsurprised that there are many Canadian flags this year. Yeah. Wonder why. Donald Royal, WA7330 SWL, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. LVR Steelworks, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. And glad you're here. Really, really cool. So you are in, like a lot of the people that have donated over the last few weeks and days and so on. You're in for I'm just looking here. Looking if anybody has written in on the Shortwave email. So you'll be in for the drawing of the CIDX memberships. And 2 COD, great idea for a Zoom meeting. Yep, I think it's going to be fun. And it's going to be it's nice to meet up with the people also at the same times. Christopher, KK7PZA, nice to have you here from Arizona. LVR Steelworks, Canadian Maple Leaf, as well as the national anthem is fantastic. Thank you. 54 Cal, my wife ordered me a radio for Valentine's Day. Should be here today, so glad USPS revised the ban on Chinese imports. Bill Mead, I'm glad you're on today. I slipped on some ice hidden by the snow and landed flat on my back. I need a good distraction from the pain. Nothing like falling on the darn ice. Absolutely. So, yeah, it looks like a VHF, UHF dual band 7-watt handheld two-way radio, Bluetooth, GPS, onboard compass, and more on that radio. Fully IP67 waterproof design. App customizable. Using the HD app, you can easily customize all aspects of your radio. Looks interesting. For those that want to see what it is, this is the radio we've been talking about. The web page is here. Terrence, I watched a YouTube review of the Malahit GSP2 portable SDR. Nice receiver. Yeah, looks nice. Definitely. Jeff K and 2ZNN. Nice to have you here. Blogger died. The U.S. national anthem tune originated as a bar song. Oh, interesting. Azazel, nice to have you here. If you're on a diet, stop drinking beer. Yeah, I do not drink. I don't drink on the weekdays, so it's just during the live shows, and I try to not go over a certain amount of time and of beers to make sure that I don't gain weight. I gained weight this week, and the weight gain comes from the Super Bowl, eating chicken wings, jalapeno cheese sticks, and beer and chips and whatever. I thought that was the day that I will, eat like a pig and then come back. But, I probably ate 4,000 calories that night. So, of course, I gained 3 pounds this week because of that. But, going back. Jose Luis Pena Sanchez, nice to have you on board. EC4TR, nice to have you here. It's pretty cool. Jeff Caleb to see SDR versus receiver. Yeah, that would, I need to set up a way. Well, I can set up a way because the SDRs are on the MLA30, so I can have the portables, for example, on the MLA32. So yeah, we'll be checking that. Pizza and beer diet, yeah. I'll be the first one to put that out. I have the pizza and beer diet. They told you not to eat pizza. They told you not to drink beer. Totally wrong. I lost 100 pounds. Chrissy Freitas, nice to have you on board from Memphis. Just watching my phone a little bit, but looking sharp in 4K. Yeah, it's not totally 4K yet. I'm not pushing it max, but it has a slightly higher resolution. But also the camera itself and the same resolution of that I had on my HD cam does look sharper. The sensor is better. So, a mix of all of that. So nice to have you here, Chrissy. I actually, you guys are going to laugh, because of higher resolution, you see more details. And I chose to wear a light colored shirt because the black one, if I go pet Paul the cat, if I put the resolution too high, you'll actually see each freaking cat hair on my black shirt. LVR Steelworks, yep, that's an awesome idea. Multicam webcast, top down desk radio, the normal, and out the window cam, and we can just buy the snowscape and remark on activities out there. Yeah, that'd be great. That's exactly what I want to do. I got 3 cams now, so I'm able to do a radio. I'm able to do the main one. I'm able to do one on the window. I could have 3, so it's pretty cool. Getting sophisticated here. It ain't the good old days when I started streaming from the kitchen with the radio on the washer. Dang, that was something. Mike WX50 just signed up to Blue Sky. I'm now following official Shortwave channel. Cool. Thanks for following. What I do, for those that wonder, because I follow people, and of course the people that follow me, the way I do it is when somebody follows me, if I notice that they are active on their Blue Sky account with radio stuff, or anything that is of interest to me, I follow back. So it all depends on the content. If you have no content, I'll wait. And if I see you post content that's interesting to me, then I follow back and return. Skyler Phoenix, nice to have you here from Colorado, Ski Country, USA. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. Redwater, I've heard of the Spectrum Monitor. Yeah, it's some obscure magazine. Richard Myers, nice to have you here from South Daytona, Florida, 80 degrees. No snow here. Yeah, if you had snow there, youch, I just can't imagine what it would be in the north of Florida. KO4 OSA. Kamal Zorro, nice to have you here. Thank you, LVR Steelworks, for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. The Shortwave Archive, nice to have you here from a snowy Colorado. And what else? Chrissy Freitas, I still need to get a subscription to the Spectrum Monitor. Yeah, I've seen you mentioned, Jasmine, at several places. Terrence, I have to renew my subscription next month. Skipwave DX, Snow and Ice has wiped out my 100-foot dipole antenna. Seems not to be a good fit for winter survival. Depending on my NDL30 antenna until spring thaw. So yeah, the Redwater or Jill might find the shortwave listener column in the Spectrum Monitor interesting. Okay. We'll be checking that out. Plug Windows installation failed. Okay. That's never fun. SWAT cats, like a good neighbor, Jill is there. Yeah. My WX50 just bought a snow shovel for the first time a few weeks ago. Looks like may be able to use it in a few days. Mr. Stone Grove. Red Côte du Rhône here. I usually don't buy rosé outside of summer. Yeah, it is. For a lot of people, it is a summer thing, kind of refreshing. I had Côte du Rhône a long time ago. I remember that wine. Richard Wagner, you know what would be great? A list of the settings you use on your SDR and SDR Uno. That is, yeah, you know what? That is something that I have quite a few people that ask me, what's your setup? What are the settings you're using? I've also had hams tell me, please make videos of the settings you have in your Yaesu FTDX10. This thing is so freaking complicated. I totally understand why people are asking me for it. Out of the box, the Yaesu FTDX10 does not give you a real good experience when you transmit. You notice that you're not pushing out 100 watts. And I tweaked the settings, the compression, so many things to eventually finally have that perfect setting that when I transmit 100 watts. I know I'm there. And the audio also, tweaking a little bit, the audio, the microphone, what you're going to do. Depending on your voice, you might want to change the audio frequency range the microphone is giving to the Yaesu FTDX10, stuff like that. So, two things that are very, very important here that I need to take note of on. I'm going to take note on the computer here. I'm going to leave this. Oh, this is a good idea. I'm going to leave my laptop open with a Word. And I'm going to actually create a Word document that is suggestions and ideas for videos. So, settings, SDR, and settings, FTDX10. There we go. Here we go, guys. So this is, I think, going to be, yes, totally interesting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, where were we? Joseph, nice to have you on board. And says, my dear shortwave neighbors, scanning the bands with the Texan PL680 today. Pretty cool. Got mine just here. I just need to pop in some batteries in it. Jokust101, love your DX160 speaker in the background. KP2CY, nice to have you on board from St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, I would guess. Nice to have you here. Yeah, this was donated by a viewer, one of my fans, that actually modified it slightly. So I actually use it. It's plugged into the Kenwood R5000. Sheila Lesson, nice to have you on board. Sheila from Belleville, Ontario, Canada, waving her Canadian flag on this National Canadian Flag Day and the 60th anniversary of the Maple Leaf. Don Royal, WA7330WL, latest update, LC90 radio is 4.7.1. Yep, absolutely. Chuck Schreiber, good evening. Nice to have you on board in 5KVO from South Texas. Sweatcats, you can send those hams a reception report and they will send you a QSL card. I have plenty of those cards just by listening and send a report. Yep, absolutely. LVL Steerworks, yes, the VGC N76 is kind of the it radio of the moment. So this is kind of interesting. We'll be checking it out. Chuck Schreiber. Okay, Michael, nice to have you on board. Says hello to everybody in Radioland. KW1161, nice to have you on board from Tucson, Arizona. And drawing from yesterday's rain. We have, how do we say snow in French? Neige. It's snowing. Il neige. So this is the French lesson of the week. Remember this. Snow, neige. It's snowing. Il neige. More next week to learn French. By the end of the decade, all of you will be fluent French speakers. Okay. What else? Rotten animal in Toronto. The snow plows plow the snow into your driveway. I have about 3 feet of snow in my driveway and it's snowing now. Yeah, the time signal. I think that's the time signals are shut down in Australia. Yeah, Shortwave Archive, they ended in the early 2000s. CD Marchi, nice to have you on board from South Carolina. Chris, KN4EXM, nice to have you here. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you on board. AA1SU, checking in from Northern Vermont. Another thing, by the way, that while I actually think about it, I might be trying as an experiment a monthly HF net, which means that I'll park on a frequency and every like once a month on a Sunday probably, we'll have the official SWL channel net. And it will probably be a net that I'll do on 20 meters because 40 is too rough for me. So we're going to be checking that out. Is the Texan S2000 any good? The best is get yourself a S2200X. Texan S2200X. That's a good radio. That you will have an amazing radio. S2000 is too expensive for its crappiness. It has a lot of flaws. I mean, it's sensitive. You're gonna get stations and all, but it has a lot of flaws, and you'd rather move on to S2200X, which is a better radio. Unless you get a S2000 for really cheap. Sweatcats, the Canberra DSN Dish 43 is receiving a download signal from Voyager 2. That's the Ultimate DX, pretty much. That and receiving Pulsar's Ultimate DX. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Gunner 66, nice to have you here from Saskatoon. Frigid Cold Snap we've been having in the northern Midwest lately. I've been great for some medium wave DXing on my work truck radio while making service calls out in the countryside. Cool. Thank God to radio and trucks for, when you're on the road. Phil Tube, nice to have you here from England. LVR still works getting 25 megahertz. WWV stronger currently than most times. Shortwave Archive, Joe, I did see your 4K live stream. I always wonder why you need 60 frames per second now for smooth video compared to things like camcorders, which uses 30 in smooth video. Well, it depends what you're doing. 30 is, I was on the HD camera I was using before was 30 frames per second, and it was fine. It's just on in fast moving stuff. For what I do, 30 is fine. It's just a fancy that it's you don't want to have 60. It's more of a fancy than anything else. But for what I do with minimal movement of my arms and me and the rest very static background, 30 frames per second is definitely fine. Definitely fine. But anything that moves fast, 60 is way better. Greasy Freitas, radio is truly a cozy hobby. Absolutely. Absolutely. I made this video this week on the snowstorm day. And I got all these fond memories of my teenage years. When the when the schools shut down because of the snowstorms. And boy, was I happy. It was like, I'm going to sit down. So, I don't know. I have a picture somewhere, but picture this. My little shack back in my teenage year was a corner of the living room near the patio door where there's the balcony. So, there's a patio door. There's the balcony. My radios are here on a rack. And I've got headphones because my parents are always watching TV, so I've got headphones all the time to listen to the radio. And if you imagine a winter storm day where I'm home because school is closed, oh man, I'd come home, I'd look at, I'd listen to the stations back in the day, and if you had stuff like, you'd listen to Africa #1, or you listen to HCJB from Quito, Ecuador, imagining that this is a snowstorm and there's a snowstorm going on, and there's Quito, Ecuador, where there's no snow. Well, the peaks of the Andes Mountains do, but in general it's like a tropical area. It's like there's this exotic mix of I'm in this cold snowstorm place and I can listen to some station from this tropical area, or there is something amazing about it. And not just that, there's something amazing about listening to the shortwave bands, just listening to the shortwave bands anyway. And for some reason, I don't know why, some of the most memorable things I've received through mail, because here, today it's different. Today they seem to kind of take the day off. But back in the 80s, there was a big snowstorm. The mailman was still there. The mailman was still bringing your letters in the middle of the snowstorm. And some of the most amazing, the coolest stuff I've ever received, for some reason, were during snowstorms. One, I still remember receiving that QSL card the first and the only letter I've received from Voice of Nigeria. And there's a Nigerian magazine in the envelope, big envelope, which is unusual for African countries in general, because they would send you a card and that's pretty much it. And I still remember opening the mailbox, Voice of Nigeria, after 8 months. The reception report was done in the month of June the year before. And I had received it, and I remember it was February. So the other thing that I'd received, I became a member of the Radio Budapest Shortwave Club. And in a snowstorm, once again, I opened the mailbox, and there's a tube, an actual tube in the mailbox with my address on it, my name, my address. And I look, and it says Radio Budapest. And I'm like, what's that? And I opened the tube, and rolled in the tube is my official Radio Budapest membership certificate. Beautiful certificate. And I had several of these experiences, and I was always like, wow, this is kind of interesting. I always have these cool things on a snowstorm day when school's closed, you know? And sometimes school was not closed. My mom was extremely relaxed in the, do I really have to go to school today? And like, nah, it's all right. So, you know, I would just stay home sometimes because I'm not going to school today. Too much snow. But I would love to go play outside in the snow, though. I always something that I loved. But I don't know. There was always this cool thing in the mailbox on a snowstorm day for some reason. And these are part of my memories of shortwave radio, which is just so cool. So cool. Might be hopefully the snow shoveling burned some of those Super Bowl calories. Yeah, that's what I was hoping, actually. One of the things that, you know, when you are on a diet, you think of everything. And one of the things that I thought of is like, well, I'm going to help him shovel, which will help burn out calories more. So, oh man. Oh yeah, we're ready, man, VT Radio. I mean, 16 inches tomorrow here in Montreal. 16 inches. And we had 16 inches on Thursday. So that's 30 inches in 4 days. Crazy. DCS guy, nice to have you on board from sunny Florida. Nice to have you here, Tim. Pretty cool. LVR still works. Yeah, Joe. The N76 is a Muzz radio. Does APRS, PSK texting, even SSTV natively in the radio. You Bluetooth it on your phone. Select a photo from your camera. Oh man, this is so cool. I need to get one. I will actually be writing to them, see if they are open to sending one for review. Maybe they will say yes. That would be kind of cool. Thank you for the donation, Skyler Phoenix. Much appreciated. Take care, Andrew Ross. It's nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here. Man, already an hour and the shortwave show. Can't believe it. Things are going too fast. So, what else do we have? Justin, nice to have you here. Says, I read somewhere pizza and beer really improves your shortwave reception. Yeah, it makes it very, very nice. What else do we have? Fred Water, I love the radio history aspect. Chrissy Freitas, not a SDR, but a fine radio. The LC90, it is a nice radio. look, I never is very far from here. I use it so often that it's always kind of close to me. C90. It's kind of nice. Really, and you know the proactive way that they have of helping out and listening to us and fixing bugs is just cool. Richard Myers playing around with the SDR, SPDX monitoring Inmarsat 3F5 patch antenna and multi PSK. Lots of fun. Cool. Shortwave Archive show what type of batteries do radios from brands like Texan and XH Data use? Most of them use 18650s lithium-ion batteries now. They've pretty much all abandoned using standard batteries. WF7i Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert, from Virginia. Continues to enjoy his QESDR, remarkable radio, so much fun. Man, you guys should tune it as SDR. It's the noise floor there is just amazing. You hear everything. Top Cats 69, nice to have you here. Funny with WWV in the background, it sounds you're on an heart monitor. Yeah, if it stops, you'll see if something happens. Bert, yeah, il fait froid. It is cold. French by radio. I was about to tell you that foi wasn't written right. Scatter de Phoenix, il neige ici beaucoup. Nice. SWAT Casual Playhouse. What is the word of the day? Neige. Do like Sesame Street or something. Richard Wagner. En español is Nevada. Mr. Stormgrove, I don't think so. I took French in school, but I'm very far from fluent. It's nowhere close to my English. Yeah, that is... Read the radio, too close for 20. Yeah, in your distance, you're kind of close. For you and me, it would be more like 40. But it's too noisy on 40 for me to do a net. I would not, half of the stations I don't hear. Of course, I could run the net and have the SDR on the MLA30, which would help me hear some of the stations. But Bert, love the idea of a net, of course. Remember, I tried them in the past. Hope we can get some participation. Yeah. Well, we could do maybe a monthly net. And like on a Sunday, I'm going to check it out. It could be interesting. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland. It's cold, but spring is just around the corner. So, do you want me to send you the... We just had 16 inches of snow. I can send you the next 16 inches that's going to fall tomorrow. So, can you guys give me a second? There's the phone's been ringing. And we're back. Sorry for that. What else do we have? RJ Dakota still have a sound sheet from Radio Netherlands. Let's learn Dutch. Also used to hear Radio RSA's Let's Speak Afrikaans. A lot of stations had a sort of language lessons. Yeah. Radio Romania. Radio Romania is one. Let's learn Romanian. And, yeah. John Beckham, yeah, they seem to be not too bad. I'm actually close to being at the bottom of the chat room. So I think we're going to tune the bands a little bit, see what's on. SWL Signal 23, nice to have you here from Florida. John Beckham, XH Data D221. Noah Weather is next in little pocket. Portable DXer indeed. Oh yeah, it's a nice little radio. I got mine here. I got one here. Pretty cool radio. Definitely. Bert WSI and I Ombru. For the first time ever, I was able to see medium wave signals coming from presumably EU last night. Oh, I'm sure you can get where you are. I'm sure you can get some. Even check longwave for the stations that are left. Terrence, snowy day scanner listening is nostalgic for me. Well, that's gonna be tomorrow here. That's what's gonna happen tomorrow. I will be with the snowstorm we're having. I will be in scanning mode, listening to different, commercial services around here. WF7 Iumbro says from searching the internet, I believe 2 of them were so-called Talksport on 1053 and 1089 in the UK. Also saw 1521, which was supposedly a common catch from Saudi Arabia on the US coast. Yep. Yeah. Shortwave Archive, WWV sent me a QSL in this giant envelope and for such a tiny card, while WWVH sent me a book about NIST time services. I had that book, the NIST time services. I remember. RJ Dakota, I barely remember Sweden sending stuff out all the time. Moscow and South Africa both used to send endless stuff out, and so did China. The funniest part of mail, stations sending you mail all the time. Radio Cairo in Egypt used to send their new schedules every schedule season. And when I moved out of my parents, every time I'd go to see them, I'd have Radio Cairo, letters. Even though I had written to Radio Cairo and said, stop sending there. This is my new address. And when my parents moved out, my sister-in-law was friends with the lady that lived at that address where my parents lived when I was young. So when I would go see my brother, my sister-in-law would come and say, "Oh, by the way, you got these letters," and she would hand me, 3 or 4 envelopes, all Radio Cairo, still sending schedules, long after everybody's gone. And the neighbor was like, "Why is your brother-in-law receiving letters from Egypt?" And she said, "Oh, it's something radio," and she kind of quickly explained. So, yeah. John Beckham, Radio Spain 9690 is listenable in Ortiz, Florida. Let's tune it. 9690, Spain in Spanish. Yep.
Buenas, pero le falta efectivamente el gol. A Corberán no le gusta lo de los 2 puntas, eso lo tenemos.
On the ICOM ICR 8500. Chrissy, yeah, it is rosé wine, and the reason is that my next door neighbor, which is about 70 years old, was trying to shovel and the 16 inches of snow we had Thursday and off of his driveway. And so when I looked through the window, a couple of things came to my head. One is, poor guy is alone and he seems to have trouble shoveling. But the other one was, man, I don't want that guy to, die of a heart attack or something. I'm going to go help him out, and because I like to be a good neighbor. So he was very, very happy and gave me 2 bottles of rosé wine, Chrissy Freitas. Short of archive, I might have to put all my RRI stickers I've received on a piece of paper soon. RJ Dakota received a yearbook from Radio Moscow. Pretty cool. Michael, the Xing is fun. It's also fun to scan local stations to if there's any changes. Yep, often do that. You know, actually, that's one of the things that's very useful to do. Regularly scan your local AM, FM stations. You never know what could pop up that wasn't there. Or so many times I've done that and it's like, oh, this is new or this has changed. M7NHR, Nick Anson, nice to have you here. And so in your work break, nice to have you on board, my friend. Really cool. Really cool. Jim Gordon says, for World Radio Day, I heard Vatican in English via Madagascar about a Scottish guy working with a food charity on my Age Sony ICF 2001D. Cool. Cool. Manuel Gutierrez, nice to have you on board from Mexico. Blogger, I was musing as to whether the ATS-25 Max radios with Wi-Fi could be updated to stream like the LC90. Well, you got to understand that these are small computers in there. So technically, anybody that would write the proper code to have the radio do that could technically do it. You know, I can't see why a radio like the ATS-25 would not do it, because it's a computer and it's a small computer in a box. It just has to, you know, it's just the software, the firmware that's in it that has to do these features, honestly. So technically, yeah, they could do it. Karen Bidwell, is it okay to rest a long wire on shubs that run down the property? The general idea of all of the, like, running a long wire is that it has to not be, if possible, as you know, close to other metal objects, if possible. For the rest, running the, you know, through with a fence, whatever, it's fine. And you know what? The idea behind it is the higher the better. But you know what? Whatever you have and whatever height it is, if that's all you can do, it's fine. It's fine. So Jim Gordon, yeah, it was a wine because of the like I explained. Little story of helping my next door neighbor shovel. WF7 Ion Brew says signal noise ratio ratings during day and light hours on the Kiwi are so-so, but at night, so it's pretty cool. Kevin Michael, nice to have you on board. Happy Valentine's Day. I love my radios. Happy Valentine's Day. TVD exit radio delivery call. Yeah, you've got 5 radios waiting downstairs. Shortwave archive. When I was in middle school, everybody said the high school I was going to had a radio club, which of course that got me excited. The guy retired when I became a freshman. Man, I was bummed. Yeah. That's sad. What I'm mostly scared of here right now is that 2 of my neighbors are moving. So the apartment just below me and the apartment just there behind this wall, both are leaving in June. So that's always okay. I hope the others that come in will not bring in tons of crappy, noisy equipment that's gonna just rise my noise floor. For sure. Not counting that when I do this live show, you hear me on the other side like I was in the room. And I mean, they were super with that because he also does work from home. But what he did is he put his office on the other end so that he doesn't hear me. So it's like, we've been good neighbors by rearranging a little bit. Because if that side starts complaining that I'm talking too loud, I'll have to rearrange stuff and maybe try to do my live shows from the living room or something. But anyways, we'll see. You never know what happens. Penny C, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael hit the shortwave jackpot for my Valentine's gift from my sister, Texan PL 990, and the Grundig Satellite 800. Wow, that's the jackpot. Cool. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you here, Nicole, from the UK, from Northwest England, G6BGV. Much appreciated. Always nice to have you here. What else do we have? Blogger Die says a year or so ago, listened to a language learning session from NHK Japan. Yeah, they are Japanese learning Japanese language. Fred Water at Deutsche Welle still has German course online. Oh, wow. James Farley, nice to have you here. KD2GUZ from Old Bridge, New Jersey. Stone Grove, the week the PL680 is in good mood and has decided to find KBS on 3955 kilohertz with the ATS. Last week, I just refused for those who don't remember. Kevin Michael, I heard KTWR Guam 1 p.m. 9955 yesterday. I have QSL. By the way, I heard that the Adventist World Radio might have restarted a couple of relays. So maybe they are noticing a drop in listenership since they've removed all the relays. They actually are using the apparently I think it's the Nauern Germany transmitters for a couple of hours a day now. Jim Gordon. Whoops, I just lost. Okay, Jim Gordon. Remember Radio Baghdad sending me a large parcel with Iraqi dates, an Iraqi flag, and lots of printed material. Wow. It's just, the idea behind, I lost my train of thought. I was thinking too many things at the same time. So I was, Radio Baghdad. Yeah. I still remember getting a letter from the voice of, when I got my QSL card from the voice of the Syrian Arab Republic, which was a letter and a QSL card. I had to go sign for it at the post office. RJ Dakota, handless mailing list. Funny, coming from a place where their radio station is a barely managed thing. I guess the name got into the database and is this. Send the letters. Who cares? And the funniest part is when I send my letter to fix the address, I started getting Radio Cairo letters at my new address. So they were actually duplicates now. Because they were still sending them at the old one and the new one. Joe Citizen, what do you know about shortwave broadcasting? What exactly do you want to know about shortwave broadcasting in general? Bert says 16 inches of snow is no joke. No, absolutely. I mean, I felt bad. I was like, no, you can't. Don't do that. When I moved here, there was a 70-some-year-old man that was living at the apartment building on the other side of the street near the corner, and I would see the guy was super nice. He had his he had a dog, and he would, walk his dog, and often we'd talk. And one day, I stopped seeing him, and I was like, did he move? And I came across his wife, and so I said, I don't see your husband. She said, oh, my husband died last year. I said, oh, really? Yeah. She said he was shoveling and had a heart attack. He fell in the snow. It's like he was already dead. It was already over. When they went to the hospital, the doctor said, no. Even if we would have gone to him immediately, his heart attack was so massive, he was already dead. At the moment he fell down in the snow, he was already dead. So I was like, oh, okay. And I was actually thinking of that when I was seeing him shovel. I was like, no. I'm going to go help him. It's like, you can't do that alone. 9690, very strong in Virginia. Mike WX50 radio locator is a nice website where you can see FM AM stations. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great website for AM FM station listings and information. Patterns map. They have the maps of the patterns, the daytime, nighttime patterns of the antennas and all sorts of things. Jean Arash, 9690 sounds like a baseball game broadcast. More Latino than Spaniard Spanish. Yeah, it's probably one of those soccer games. Or football, as they call him in Europe. Jim Gordon, thanks for your offer of 16 inches of snow. However, these days, with budget cutbacks, we would have problems with 6 inches of snow. Kev Michael got N6NA River City, California on my with SSTV on 14230. So on the 12th this month. Pretty cool. Yearbook USSR 89 in paperback edition. Wow. Kevin Michael, okay, Penny C question. What exactly is playing on the screen behind you, Joe? Okay, so I'm tuned right now to 25,000 kilohertz or 25 megahertz, which is WWV time signal. So what you see here is where I'm tuned, 25,000 kilohertz. The waterfall is showing signals. Look, this is a ionosound. Look at that go through, man. This is a radar, and this is a radar signal. Look at all the stuff that pops up everywhere. Radar signal right there on 25, between about 25. So if we move up, radar signal just disappeared. So basically what you see there, so the racing signal that you saw across the screen, that's an ionosound. It's a propagation radar. It goes through from 2 megahertz up to 30 megahertz and more to see what the ionosphere is all about, where the maximum usable frequency could be. It is used by many services like the U.S. Air Force and so on in choosing which frequencies are the best at a certain amount of time. But right now it's tuned to 25,000 kilohertz, which is WWV time signal in Colorado. Nick Hansen, M7 NHR, ran a 35-foot wire along my gutter to a 9-1 balun, and it works fine. I quite often get contacts in Russia and Italy. The idea behind it is mostly if you don't have too much noise, it's great. Skipwave DX has 5980 kilohertz of Voice of Turkey. Let's see if I can get it here. Yeah, there's a signal, but it's very, very noisy here on that frequency. Kevin Michael remembers 7410 with KUSW Utah and the 80s and 90s QSL cards signed by Faith Martin. Jeff K, as a 7-year-old, I had a crystal radio from Kick Stereo. Oh wow, that is cool. I would have bought the stereo just because they had a crystal radio in it, honestly. I used to string a slinky across my room using it as an antenna. Yeah, you know what? One of the and almost all of the antenna books, you will always have one that will come up with as a slinky antenna. When at the time when slinky were made of metal. Unfortunately, today a lot of the slinkies are made of plastic. But when they were made of metal, they were used. There was, I even have seen a ham with an antenna tuner tune a slinky to make contacts on the ham bands. Shortwave Archive, yeah, AWR is back at Nowen. Jean Arras, I remember using the German courses on the WW website in 2014. Helped a great deal. I always wanted to learn another language, and learning a language requires you to discipline, and I did go through, and unfortunately, I stopped, and I'm losing it a lot. When I would do my tech duties, I would actually, in the transit times in between clients, I have a podcast going on which was called Coffee Break Spanish. So Coffee Break Spanish was a 15-minute, not even, it was a 5-minute. Was it 15? No, it was 15 minutes. 15 minutes, and you would learn a little bit of Spanish. And they had a long course. It's like you would learn Spanish if you followed all of the different podcasts. And I was slowly getting, okay at it. I mean, it's not like, French and English where my brain is wired to just understand it. We were talking about that at some point, how we, when we learn a language, the barrier is often, if you don't know the language enough, it's like you have to translate all the time in your brain before it works, which is very, very tough because it's tough to follow a conversation when it's that. But if you pass the barrier where your brain just understands whatever is happening, that's where you've started mastering, a language. I get all the time people telling me, I am amazed that when your first language is French, you started learning English at age 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. And people always tell me, for someone that has a second language like you, I'm amazed at the vocabulary you have when you speak. It's not just English. You really know English. And I guess it's the years and years, and I've got a good memory too, which helped me a lot through my life, everywhere, including jobs that I had where it's like, yeah, you're the best. Yeah, I know, because I can remember everything. It's part of, my brain is made like that, and so I guess it helped me in English too. RJ Dakota, Superpower KUSW, one of my favorite stations back in the day. Kevin Michael, I have RTHK Hong Kong, China, 32 and 33 via the net now, with news in Cantonese. Shortwave Archive, I wonder why very little broadcasters don't use the Armenia transmitter site for shortwave. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's there's a few sites like that that I think could be used more, but yeah, definitely, I don't know. I know Armenia is a little touchy and the politics stuff, so maybe it's one of the reasons where people or where organizations kind of don't want to use it. I don't know. But it's a good question. There's quite a few transmitter sites. I was reading on the other day about some of the old NHK not NHK, NRK, the Radio Norway transmitter site, that apparently there's still some of the transmitters and antennas from the Radio Norway public broadcaster still in good working order. They're just not used. And sometimes I wonder, it's like, why do you keep them? If you're not using them, what prevented you from, destroying them? My take on it all the time is somebody somewhere thought, you know what? Okay, we're not broadcasting anymore, but maybe we should keep this. Maintain it. Maybe someday we'll need it. Dakota, when I visited the country, son couldn't find any real good music stations. KUSW was the way to go. Yeah, like WRNO, and there was a rock in the world. KJ Walda, nice to have you here. I follow your shows weekly. I'm also a big fan of your column, World of Utilities, and the CIDX Messenger. I look forward to new tips every month. Thanks for that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. John Beckham, 59E, coming in weak in Northeast Florida. Bert says, I got 4 radios listening to 4 different aeronautical stations right now. Yeah, I do that all the time. All the time. Cat Cans, do you send something formal to get QSL cards for shortwave? You send a reception report. QSL cards is really... QSL cards is really, you send in a reception report. So it has to have frequency, date, time, and at least 15 minutes of details, what you heard. You don't necessarily need to send out. If you are QSLing a amateur radio station, I would suggest that you would send a QSL by mail so that the station gets something in return. You can do there is a thing called listener QSL cards. So as a listener, you can create your own little card and put in the details of, sometimes it's, if it's an amateur station, what you could do is create the card, fill in the details, and include it in a envelope that has return postage, so that the ham station there is not gonna have to pay the cost of return. To give you an idea, I reply with a paper QSL to anybody that sends me one, and I had actually backed up a little, so I found myself to be like, yeah, okay, I gotta send these cards. And it's surprising. I had 24 cards to send out, which cost me $68. And you're like, wow, $68. Not even counting the price of the card, the envelopes. I'm just talking postage stamps. 68 freaking dollars. I was like, for 24 QSL cards. It's getting very expensive to send letters out there. Justin, what are your thoughts on the RSP1A SDR? I am looking to get a decent SDR, but don't want to spend too much cash. Seems the RSP1A might fit the bill. Get the RSP1B. The RSP1A is discontinued, if I'm not mistaken. The RSP1B is the replacement, and you don't want to have a discontinued SDR. So let me just check the SDR play here to make sure I'm not saying any stupid stuff. So products. Yeah, it's the RSP1B now, and get that, not the A. Okay? You don't want an outdated RSP device. The RSP1B also has better performance. They updated the electronics. If it's like the RSP DX, which has revision 2 now. It removes some of the things like images that were present on the SDR and stuff like that. So get the RSP1B, not A, if you want to have an SDR play. But if you get it, the RSP1B is great. Great SDR, sensitive. If you have the money, I would go to the RSP-DX for the multiple antenna inputs, which means you can have several antennas plugged at the same time. You just switch. But if you just want to have you don't want to spend, like you say, too much cash, RSP1B. Don't go for the A because it is discontinued. And what happens is I think the RSP1A doesn't work with SDR Connect. You'll have to use SDR Uno. So the RSP1B actually will work with SDR Connect. VT Radio, I had a rope break in late January that was holding up 2 dipoles that I use for 4 bands. Lost 6, 10, 15, and 40 meters. Jarn. That is sad. So I have 20, 30, 160, 80 meter dipole broke over a year ago. Oh man. You need to fix that stuff next summer. For sure. So what else? Let's go down. Bert WF7I Homebrew says the Kiwi, because of how well things are labeled, really brought the light for me just how many utility stations are out there. Oh yeah, there's still quite a lot. People think that, oh, well, there's, utilities dead. No. You'll be very, very, very surprised. V5 SAR Magnetics 25 megahertz radar, known as NATO Alpha Band back in the day. Kevin Michael at KPTR 1090, Seattle, Washington. Wow. Pretty cool. Kevin Michael, what's on 100 to 150 kilohertz? That part of the band there's one amateur band in there, which is the so let me just 137 kilohertz AM band. So 135.7 to 137.8 is an amateur radio band, a 2,200 meter band. And it could, there's a lot of little stuff in there, but they're very weak because the maximum power acceptable for ham stuff in that range of 135 to 138 is 1 watt ERP. So that is pretty much. But for the rest, 100 to 150 is mostly, well, I can't even think of a signal in there. It's for the most part, 1 to 150 will be anything, marine or utility of some sort. But I don't even, part of that little amateur part of it, I don't even have a signal to tell you. There used to be the Loran C network, which was a kind of a GPS, if you wanted, global positioning type signal synchronized on 100 kilohertz. I know there's a few stations that still are on in some places around the world, but most of them are shut down now on the 100 kilohertz frequency. But part of that band, I don't have much that I can think of that is there right now, for the most part. David in Barcelona, Spain, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Nice to have you here. Mr. Stonegrove, thank you so much for the donations. Much appreciated. And Paul the Cat will have treats as long with the pizza. And as we are broadcasting still, and it's we're an hour 45, remember that everybody that donates through the super chat will be entitled for a entry in the giveaway of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships in the last show of this month. So I will put all of that in a little hat, and we'll pick 2 participants. And these people that already donated in the past, you're already in. You're already in. If you want to be in, you can donate a little something, anything. And we have the pizza fund. If you don't want me to die of starvation tonight, that is the Yahoo also. So you can do it through here in the super chat, but also through PayPal. And it helps me stay fat and healthy so that I can continue doing live shows. And thanks everybody for the donations. And once again, everybody that donates, whatever amount, we will give away 2 memberships to the Canadian International DX Club. And this is going to come in the last show of this month. So the last show of this month is next week. Wow, I thought there were still 2 weeks, but yeah, it's a short month. So let's put it for March 1st, okay? We'll do it on March 1st. Saturday, March 1st is going to be the drawing of 2 memberships to anybody that donates, either to PayPal or here. So thanks everybody for your donations. Are RT8 Slinky or metal at Walmart? Are really still metal? Good, because I've seen some plastic ones. What else do we have? Is there voice on 518 kilohertz nav frequency? No, 518 is nav text usually, for the most part. So there's 490 in different languages, and 518 is English, but it's usually nav text digital modes. I get a lot of stations here on 518. Coastal waves and wires. There's a Slinky antenna in my upcoming ARRL book. There you go. There you go. Shortwave Archive, I found out yesterday they finally started dismantling antennas at the former RFI Isidun site. 2 rows were dismantled in 2023. Huh. Okay. Jim Gordon, can you receive the buzzer on 4625 just now? It's weak and noisy here. Let me check it out. Let's try first. I'm going to try something first. See if... I got a very, very, very weak RWM time signal on 4996. No sign of any buzzer on 4625 upper sideband right now here. Kevin Michaels got CB Communications on 27650 from Australia, California, to California. Wow, on the PL 990. Pretty cool. Jeff K, I should have thrown the Slinky out the window. Jean Arash, in order to learn a language efficiently, you need to be in the environment where you use it. Yeah. For me, it was when I worked at Radio Centreville. Yeah, you gotta be immersed in the environment. John Beckham, KSHE in St. Louis is a good station. J Dakota, I'm situated between St. Charles and Columbia, Missouri. Missouri, not Missouri. Kevin Michael, I have been using the whip on the PL990 and SAT 800. Cool. I mean, these radios are very sensitive. Penny C, your English is very good, Joe. My first language is English and second is French. Oh, cool. Cool. Mad Reader DX, are nice to have you on board. Shortwave Archive, yeah, not totally. Apparently they kept, because they did dismantle some of it, Shortwave Archive. They did. But in a recent article that I've read, they kept some stuff. And it's still functional and maintained. They didn't destroy everything. Kevin Michael, I missed the ORF. Mosbroom transmitter site, yeah. What else do we have? Here, let's go down. John Becker remembers an FM station in the Estelle area called The River, which I believe was an alternate music station. Huh. Sweatcats, I have a QSL certificate and QSL card for amateur radio operations, and a QSL certificate and QSL card for shortwave listening. Cool. No problem, cat cans. Look at that, I made listener cards back in the day. Yeah, a lot of people did that. A lot of people did that. Michael Mora, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Okay, let's go. So Kevin Michael got Air Communications 5574. Tokyo and between Tokyo and San Francisco. What else do we have? Shortwave Archive. Can I send you a Google Maps list I created of current and former shortwave transmitter sites? Oh, I'd like that actually. I'd like that, Shortwave Archive. And anybody that wants to contact me with radio-related stuff, my email is officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com. This is where it all happens. Colmora, the Gisu FT891, a good radio. I've heard a lot of good things on it. It seems to be. Alexander Dmitrik, what type of antenna are you using to receive on the shortwave bands? So I've got two antennas. I've got the here is a end-fed antenna. It's basically a long wire antenna cut to a certain frequency because I use it also as a transmitting antenna for my amateur band. So this is what I use here. As for the ICOM here, I've got a magnetic loop, which is a MLA30 and a front balcony. So they're very separated by a pretty good distance, so that if I transmit with 100 watt here, I don't have any problems on the ICOM. And but you know, depending on what you want to receive and the noise floor. So here, what's interesting is that the end fed is actually giving me great reception above 10 megahertz, 10 megahertz and up. It's great. The MLA30 is good. With an MLA30 here is good for the lower frequencies because it removes some of the noise that I have. So you know. Gary West, what's that comment? What else do we have? John Beckham. What else do we have? Aircraft Mars, what do you want with that, Gary West? Is there a marine telephone on HF been trying to hear comms back in the 70s? It was on 2 megahertz. There's a lot of most of it is gone satellite now. And basically there is still some stuff, but you have to be lucky. You have to constantly tune around. So, you know. Gary West, the most dumb comments in the world. Thank you for being an idiot. Next. Stupid people like that are just like, yeah. There you go. I'll be polite. Okay, what else do we have? BXRPL, nice to have you on board from Poland. What else? Rusty Rails, so what is a utility station and is there a certain place to find them? Utility stations are anything from, aeronautical, air traffic control, marine stations, anything that is not an international broadcast band. And where do you find them? Well, take a look at the shortwave spectrum. Look at the international broadcast bands, where they are located, and where the amateur bands are located. Everywhere in between of all of that, you have utilities everywhere. Now, some utilities are also inside, international broadcast bands. It's not just specific. There's specifics on certain things, like being, aeronautical, for example. They have specific bands. Marine bands are specific bands. But there's also a lot of other stuff that are not necessarily in a specific band designed for them, like Mars, which is a military affiliate radio system from the U.S. Air Force, things like that. You'll hear all sorts of things. It's anything that's not an international broadcast. It's not an intended broadcast for, a radio listener that wants to listen to programs. And it's not amateur radio. So you'll hear air traffic control, like I said. My utility column this month in the Messenger is about HFDL, high frequency data links, where you can actually have with a map positioning of the airplanes with the data, the digital signals that's in there, stuff like that. So, there's all sorts of things out there of every kind, and it's fun. Most of the time you'll need a radio with single sideband, because most of the signals there's voice communication, but there's also a lot of digital stuff that you can decode. HF, like marine weather stations will send HF weather facts, pictures and charts of all sorts, and also have, they will have the standard broadcast. I don't know if right now there is one, but let's check 13.089, see if there's anything there. Yeah, there is right now. So 8764 13089. This is Chesapeake, Virginia Marine Weather Broadcasts. So this is the utility stations. These are what you will hear on the bands. Cat Cans, thank you so much for the donation, and nice to have you here. No problem with the PayPal or not. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yep, in HF Underground you do have a lot of utilities. There's the UDXF utility group that is also very, very good at that. So, BT Radio, yeah, I know. I should update maybe and ask for most send stuff. I mean, I think I got one here. I don't It's somewhere here. Anyways, there's one guy that sent me an envelope, and put like $3 or $4 in it, so that to pay back for the QSL and the postage. Some people, understand that too. Sheldon Harvey, good afternoon. Nice to have you on board from Greenfield Park, Quebec. Rusty Rails, maybe I can look up the info about it. Sometimes I hear military talk. Yeah, 11175 is, it's utility. It's the U.S. Air Force. It's one of the frequencies of the U.S. Air Force Global Command, as we call them. And they will have emergency action messages from time to time. 32 bits, currently making some dipoles from 2 ham sticks, trying 2 times 20 meter band ham sticks first. Okay. Have fun. It's part of the fun, making antennas. Mr. Stonegrove gets the buzzer in Stockholm, Sweden on the PL680. Shen RV. Oops, let me just go back up. So, we just got a message from Paul Stringer, UK station Radio Pamela will be on the air Sunday on 7600 kilohertz from 10 to 14 hours UTC. So, with Steve Most and Terry Phillips playing 4 hours of classic gold tracks. So, that won't be something we'll hear here in North America pretty much, but using online SDRs in the UK, in Europe, will probably make it. So a little tip here. John Beckham, WSM 650 AM Nashville plays the oldie goldie country songs. Kevin Michael, one thing I noticed that the 11 meter band is open. Everything below 20 megahertz goes dead. Andy New, lots of people listening. Give Joe a thumbs up if you haven't already. There you go. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Kevin Michael, Yezu Shortwave are very good. Had one years ago. What else do we have? Donna Royal, WA7330 WL says WSM 650 Grand Old Opry. Jasmine says smash the like button. LVR still works. Out of curiosity, those that live in Montreal, do you guys learn mainly French and then English secondarily? Or do people sort of learn both languages concurrently? We can call Montreal a bilingual city pretty much, but in school, people are mostly required to go to French language school. And there we have French, we learn French, which is our main language. We do have English courses, but you're not going to learn English much from those for the most part. So anybody that will start speaking English usually is because they have friends that speak English, or they watch English TV or shows, or stuff like that. For the most part, school does have English courses, but it's really the very basics, and you're not gonna be an English speaker from that. And like I was happy to be an English speaker already from the start when I went to school. YZFR1 Biker, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. To give you an idea, my nephews speak English, but they speak English because they were immersed in some English language stuff and had some friends that spoke English. Really not from school. Bob's Old Records. My MLE 30+ is whisper quiet at 40 meters and up. It should be performing quite well. What I noticed of the MLE 30 is that as you go up in frequency, up to like the 10-meter band, like toward almost 30 megahertz, it slowly is less and less performant. If I want to hear WWF time signal, say on 25 megahertz like this, I hear it on the end fed with the Yaesu. It has to be quite strong for me to hear it on the MLA30. So you see that it's not as good when you get higher in frequency. But in the low frequencies, it's really, really cool. One thing I wanted to mention before we go on is that there's going to be a shortwave listening festival, the NASWA SWL Fest. A yearly event is happening again this year as a hybrid event. It is a Zoom event for those that can't attend in person, which is a virtual event with presentations of all sorts. I will be doing the utility for beginners session, and there's going to be a lot of other sessions in there throughout the 2-day event. You can also be there in person, and if you really want to be at the festival. If you go there in person, it is happening at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. And the cost for attending of the in-person event is $45. The cost of attending the virtual event is $20 US. And so you can register if you want, or mail in if there's all the information here. So check it out. I'll share the page for the NASWA SWL Fest. The list of all the presentation is not up yet, and it is happening on April 25 and 26, 2025, which is a Friday and Saturday. So it's a full day event. Me and Sheldon Harvey and Mickey Delmage are kind of always kind of sharing the hosting of the hospitality suite, which is also part of the event, which means you go to a presentation, maybe it's not what you enjoy. Well, just jump in the hospitality suite. There's always people there who can chat with other radio geeks. It's really, really a fun event, and don't miss it. Here is the link to the page, and in a few weeks you will have the listings, complete listings of all the presentations, the sessions that are going to happen there, and hopefully we will see you there. It'll be a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun. I enjoy that pretty much, and be there. And you can be, like I said, in person, or it also will be a virtual event that you can attend. So hope to see you there. John Beckham, WBT in Charlotte, North Carolina, on 11:10 a.m. with 50,000 watts. Wow. Richard Wagner, 6930 kilohertz signal. Let's check out 6930 kilohertz. Is there anything there? Let me just refresh here right now. So apparently at 22, there's something on 6925. There's a Good Times radio on 6925, maybe. Let's check it out. So I'm not hearing anything right now, but there apparently is a un-ID pirate on 6925 upper sideband right now. So pirate radio station is there. Okay. What else do we have? Kevin Michael as 13265 Vancouver, British Columbia Airport with weather right now. Oh wow. Let me try it out. 13265. I don't know if it's still there. Never heard that from British Columbia. Yeah, there's ships at sea broadcasting digital signals. Absolutely. I actually have software. I have a video on the DSC in the decode of the signals, and where you could see where the boats are at sea. All of that. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Let's see here. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here. There you go. RG Dakota, 9690. Radio Exterior España. Absolutely. Michael. Hearing marine weather from Norfolk, Virginia. We have... What do we have? Okay, Shortwave Archive listening to Mongolian Radio 1 on longwave. Signing on with interval signal ID and national anthem via QESDR. QESDR are fun for that. You can go and tune all sorts of things around the world. Garden Series, nice to have you here. And we have a V5 SAR magnetics outside of ham radio. Does anyone know of any news sources still transmitting in RTTY? Something like Newswire, Teletype did back in the day. No, there's no more of these press, RTTY press services, unfortunately. There's one, I think there's one in Japan that still broadcasts, and that's it. I think it's the only one. There's one from Japan. But for the rest, nah, they're gone a long time ago. I remember I had so many of them that I would actually tune in. Pretty cool. Bob's at record up north. You have to learn Inuktitut too. Yeah. As we have Shannon Harvey, most English kids here in Montreal in what are called French immersion school, where when they are very young, those kids become almost fluently bilingual. Yeah. Yeah. VT Radio, snow has started in Essex Junction, Vermont. So it's supposed to start slowly later tonight here. And tomorrow is going to be like really, really. Let's see the weather. I just want to see the weather radar. Weather radar. Oh, look at that storm. Look at that. Getting closer and closer to Montreal, guys. That is what we are going to get with 16 inches of snow. Look how bad it looks. It's coming towards us. So this is going to be pretty amazing. Okay, what else do we have? Hubert, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Yeah, because here what happens in Quebec is that they're trying to push kids to learn French as much as possible. So English is like secondary and not important in French schools because they just want us to learn French. Okay, Michael. Okay. What else do we have? John Beckham remembers Bonaire, Netherlands, Antilles. Yeah. Mason V. It says CKDO 1580 AM transmitter site near Oshawa, and it's a Canadian clear channel station that plays oldies. Yeah, I hear it here. I don't remember what year. I remember they had a special on DXing where they had a special show on talking about people like us that listen to stations from far away. It was very, very interesting. Blogger Die was a member of the Radio Portugal DX Club. Pile of picture postcards. Give us all. Cool. That is cool. Didn't even know they had one. Wow. Kevin Michael 13265 is weak here. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Lee Henwood, what do you use for an antenna for the radio behind you on your right? So, on my right, which is the ICOM, it's an MLA30 magnetic loop in the front balcony. Here on the Yaesu, it's a half-wave end-fed antenna. Paul Stringer, maybe in an issue of CIDX, you might want to put some links in 4 different types of decoders. Yeah. I'll have to revisit some of the stuff you can decode. Penny C4, the Kiwi SDR, other than a site closest to my region, what else am I supposed to check to get good audio? Well, actually, the Kiwi SDRs are meant to be used not necessarily close to you. They can be used anywhere in the world to have specific broadcasts that would not be heard, for example, where you live. An example of that, I listened to Radio Pilipinas from the Philippines. It doesn't make it here in Montreal, but I can hear it if I use, for example, the Nepal transmitter site, or one of the transmitters, Kiwi SDR, the Kiwi SDRs. And if I use some of the Southeast Asian Kiwi SDRs also, to have a good reception of that station. So the best thing to do is you try several that you think would be in the vicinity of where the station should be easily heard. The problem with the Kiwi SDRs is that they're not all equal. A lot of them are very noisy. So you got also to choose your Kiwi SDR to make sure that the one you choose are actually good and don't have too much noise on them, because it's not always easy. So this is something to check out also in the Kiwi SDRs, and of course knowing what you want to listen to, where it is transmitting from, and so on. Do you know of other time signals that don't broadcast on shortwave anymore? The only ones I know are JJY, V, and G. There was the one in, I think the one in Venezuela is gone. There was one, which was the call sign of it? The Venezuelan time signal. I remember hearing the pips. Venezuela time signal shortwave. Underneath WWV, YVTO. Are they still broadcasting? Because I haven't heard them in a long time. I'm wondering if they're still on, honestly. Well, apparently, according to... It was heard in 2022. So this is interesting. Let me think about that. Yeah, it's still there. But what is the time? They must be broadcasting on... They're not broadcasting all the time, because I don't hear the time pips from Venezuela. I used to hear them beneath WWV on 5000. Greg Martinetti, oh yeah, big snowstorm coming here. 16 inches tomorrow. 54 Cal, the mail finally came. She got me a XH Data D109WB. The weather band, cool. I'm so happy. Got digital display and a weather band. Giving my son the old D219. Cool. Have fun. Kevin Michael says the 40-meter band is all China radio. Nope, not snowing now. Here, have a look of the outdoors. There's the outdoors, guys. This is what it looks like right now. And this is we have 16 inches already on the ground here. People have shoveled their cars, so that's what we have now. But you know, unfortunately, if it was, it would have been interesting if the snowstorm would have been tonight. Would have been able to turn on the camera with the snowstorm going out outside. So it's going to start a little later and go on until tomorrow night. So it's kind of cool. I will take 2 seconds, guys, because I'm out of wine, and I'm going to go fill my my glass with more rosé wine, and I'll be back in a few seconds. Right now, it's 2200 UT. Is there a... Let's see what... what's on the bands, what stations are on at 22 UT. I think there's a radio, isn't there a Radio Romania for Europe? And at 22, let's check it out here, 2200 UTC. So of course Spain and Spanish on 9690. We have radio. Yeah, not a lot of stuff. I think it's 23, but Radio Romanian Spanish, NHK. So yeah, not a lot of stuff. So let's focus on Spain for now. Let's try it out. Oops. 969. And I'll be back in a minute.
Perdona, José, con esa saca turca acabó la primera parte con una jugada diseñada para él, que fue un triple que metió contra Efes. O sea, demuestra que Mateo confía mucho en él. Bueno, además de eso, hay que dar cada vez más minutos, está claro, pero a veces no como un marrón, ¿no? Para los chavales, sino como entrarnos en rotación. Vamos a ir súper pegados al final. Y yo creo que esto, ¿no? Estamos pidiendo un poco pidiendo el partido y mirar a mañana, Javi Meirán. Gran Canaria ha dejado escapar, yo creo que una oportunidad buena de haberse metido en la final. Es verdad que el Real Madrid quiere tanto que no tienes que tener preparado un plan B y un plan C por si hay reacción.
Sí, a veces parece una oportunidad, pero la realidad es que el Madrid está jugando la segunda parte muy buena, ¿no? Y al final, yo creo que le ha pesado también al partido de ayer, un poco también las emociones, ¿no? Del principio ahora ya se ha venido abajo, pero es que el Madrid ha partido en la segunda parte pues con su juego, ¿no? Con mejores porcentajes. Ahora en el último cuarto todavía no falla un tiro de dos y solo falla un triple. O sea, ya ha subido porcentajes, ha subido líneas defensivas y han aparecido varios jugadores claves. Yo creo que para mañana es un partido entre yo creo que los dos mejores equipos de la liga junto al Valencia. El Valencia es verdad que ha hecho dos partidos muy malos, que ha sido el Barcelona la última jornada de liga y el de ayer con Gran Canaria, que le han sacado un poco de la ecuación, pero creo que va a ser una gran final. Ya se vivió en la Supercopa a principio de temporada luego en el nuevo Movistar Arena, pues ganó el Real Madrid el Unicaja y yo creo que tienen ahí un pique que va a ser muy bonito para mañana.
Ya nos hemos acostumbrado, es verdad, Molina, a ver dos pronósticos con Unicaja, no solo en España, sino también en Europa. Pronóstico no te pido exactamente, pero sí claves para mañana. Pues mira, yo creo que Unicaja es el equipo que
So this is
ahora mismo está a un nivel un poquito mejor que el Madrid, pero claro,
Spain.
estar contra el Madrid en una final es difícil. Pues yo creo que la clave, el factor Edith Tavares, como siempre Kravis o Sekoski le saca mucho de la zona. Quiero ver qué hace con Jan Kubasía, porque hoy ha jugado un auténtico partidazo y en el Real Madrid imagino que intentarán
31-meter band. 96.90. What else do we have? Joseph, there was a QSDR in Pakistan for some time, a couple of years ago. I think it was my favorite medium wave DXing, if it can be called that, I ever did. Good in series, nice to have you here. Kev Michael, nah, 1270. Here, a medium wave here, especially on these radios, is going to be useless. 12, I got a really strong, powerful 50 kilowatt on 1280 too, so it's like, it's really. Richard Wagner, back in the late 60s, 70s, Quebec wanted to, yeah. Don Royal, I enjoyed listening to the transatlantic aircraft frequencies in the 80s. Yeah. Sergeant Rock, nice to have you on board from Hawaii. Doing any digital AM radio, it was like C4M. No, not yet. Or the MR, D-Star, stuff like that. Not yet. I'm not set up for that. But I'd like to eventually try some of those. Eventually get myself a little something that would do different modes. Black Eye, the D109 double weather band is nice radio. It just overloads if there are strong local stations. But it's nice operation, sensitive on shortwave, and good speaker. The audio quality is surprising on the 109. Absolutely. That is one of the cool things about it. It's how sensitive it is, and here in Montreal, the biggest problem with it is that it overloads terribly with all the local stations, unfortunately. Robert Del Greco, half-wave end fed. What band? It is designed to do 40 to 6 meters. But I can tune it on 80 also. My radio actually does, the antenna tuner tunes it on 80, but technically it's made 40 to 6 meters. And, it's fine that it doesn't, even if it doesn't go lower, because here 40 meters and below is so noisy, I don't have fun there much at all. So, Lee Henwood, I live really close to a large communications tower. Does this affect my DX receive? It could. It depends on what's up there and what frequencies are used. But it can actually affect the receive portion of the radio, where it can desensitize it because their signals are too just making the receiver go crazy. But it depends what frequencies are used on it, and it doesn't necessarily mean it affects it. It depends on the radio also. Paul Stringer, yep, there are some Kiwi SDRs that have 1 hour time limits, and actually not just that time limit, but also they're going to tell you if you try again, come back tomorrow to get another hour. I guess I understand the idea behind it. I mean, it's to make sure that there's a rotation of people listening. The one in Nepal that I listen to, Radio Filipinos, is nice for that. Radio Filipinos is like 2 hours of broadcast or something. and so I can just park on the frequency, and it doesn't have the time limits. Jeff K remembers picking up WKBW Buffalo on my AM clock radio. Oh, I need to get it out. Every time I see it when I do stuff, I want to bring out my old clock radio and plug it in live and see if we can tune the medium wave bands and see what... I need to really take it out. What else do we have? Bob's All Record. YVTO is in Venezuela. I got a QSL from them in the 80s. So apparently they're still there, but they're not there 24 hours. I remember there was a schedule. Sun in Illinois, Shortwave Radio. Nice to have you here. Just popped in for a couple of minutes. So everyone is well. Enjoying good shortwave conditions. Sarah Marie, not able to pick up the Pirate on 6925 Upper Sideman or see it. Any signal in the scope in Portland, Oregon. Yeah, they used to be on 6100 Shortwave Archive. Absolutely. So I'm gonna try. The best place to try at 1270 is here. I don't think it's gonna. $1270. I'm getting. I'm getting music, I'm getting talk, I'm getting like 2 or 3 stations at the same time on 1270 kilohertz right now. SWS signals getting KLN, Radio New York on 13149 kilohertz. SWAT Cats, US Coast Guard 6501, yeah, that's also Chesapeake, Virginia. How is propagation in a snowstorm? Anything special? At the shortwave and medium wave level of frequencies, weather does not really affect the propagation itself. It's pretty much the same thing. Snow or rain affects higher frequencies. Think about it as it goes a little bit with the wavelength. So at shortwave frequencies, the wavelengths are meters. So if you're listening on 7 megahertz, you're 40 meters. So the wavelength is so huge that rain or snow doesn't affect anything. But the higher in frequency, you guys might have had satellite TV that was in the gigahertz range. The wavelength is so small that heavy snow will block a signal. It has to do with the frequencies that are used. So, but anything below, even in the VHF range, for the most part. But although in the VHF, UHF, you might have stuff that happens depending on the weather patterns, like tropoducting, when there's like temperature inversions, stuff like that. That's kind of interesting. But really, on the shortwave and medium wave, long wave bands, rain, snow, stuff like that, usually doesn't have any effect. Shanash, you were right. The Spanish station is broadcasting soccer, aka football. Yeah, they have their Saturday football. It's like listening also to Radio Nacional Amazonas 11780. They also have their football or soccer matches. By the way, let's check it out. 780. 11780 coming in, not too bad. Let's try it here. 11780. Well, look at that. There's a Ionia sound. Let's try to follow it. Look at that. Let's follow it. Following it. You guys see it on the screen? How high will I hear it? Look at that. Following it. there, it's there. We're at 12 megahertz. Look at that. We're moving up, following it. Where will it end? We are racing with the Iona sound. We're now at 15 megahertz, still going on. Look at that. That's still there. When will we lose it? We lost it. Did we? Yeah, we did. So we lost it around 16. It actually seems to have just stopped. So, we're dead, guys. So some great Brazilian music. Radio Nacional Amazonas 11780. Oh, you might, yeah, you could have the one that, like you, Kevin Michael, you could have the Point Reyes, California one. Absolutely. Jim Gordon, concerning Radio Portugal, I was a member too. They also called themselves the Voice of the West. Yeah, at some point it was the Voice of the West. Then they became Radio Portugal. And I was at the end. When I got Radio Portugal, they were RDP, Radio Portugal. Artak Ambarian, nice to have you here. I have a question about good reviews on RDS receiving only dangles or just directly. Any recommendations? You mean dongles? Like receiving RDS on dongles? On SDR type dongle? Is that what you mean? If it is, well, that's done in software, so even the cheapest, like the lowest priced RTL SDR V4, for example, will work with RDS. The RDS will be on the software itself, like SDR Connect, SDR Sharp. What is there? Yeah, there's two that I hear sometimes here with I hear WWV, WWVH, time signal, Mason, CHU, of course. There's Brazil I hear from time to time on 10,000, and sometimes I also hear the Italian one on 10,000, which is very unique and has music on it. John Beckham here in Northeast Florida. It seems WWV on 15,000 comes the best. John Arash wants a live YouTube snowstorm special. And I guess if I say, do you guys want one, everybody's going to say, yeah. What else do we have? Yeah, it could be KPH. Absolutely. Have a good dinner, VT Radio. NSR Rat, what's everyone's preference between the Texan PL330, XH Data D808 for SSB? It depends what you're looking for. If you want to have RDS on FM and the VHF airband, go for the XH Data D808. If you don't care about that, the PL330 has a great ETM scan capability for searching international broadcast bands. Plus, it has super precise frequency display with you can actually calibrate the display So it depends really what you want. Both are great. PL330 accepts external antennas even for medium wave, and so on. So it's really a question of what features do you fancy, what do you want. If you absolutely want a VHF airband for aircraft, like listening to local airports, then the D808, where the PL330 has super precise tuning. Penny C, for the XH Data D109 weather band, the DX local button seems to help with better reception on shortwave stations. Yeah, if you lower the sensitivity, it often will. I need to take out a few of those radios. I haven't done videos of the Quarter-Send DX286, the D109. Stuff like that. I think it'd be fun to play with, and maybe even, Jasmine, anyone who know why Klingenfest in 2025 still issuing CDs? Who has a CD-ROM? Yeah, I know. It's one of those things. You should issue USB thumb drives instead. I have the only CD DVD I have here is a small portable USB unit that I purchased because I had received a CD that I needed to get the stuff off. So I thought, well, I'm going to buy one and I can, like that, plug it on anything. And if I want to watch a movie on DVD, I just plug my laptop on the big screen TV and plug that drive and just watch it there. It was not very expensive. I think I paid $40 for it, and it works fine. And it's also a CD DVD writer. If I would ever need to write or burn a CD DVD, which I haven't done in I don't know how many years, but yeah, computers today don't come with drives anymore. It's like it's something that's obsolete. Absolutely. Don't have some brew. I have had people camp out on my Kiwi all day so channels can get used up. I haven't put any time limits yet, though. I would. Honestly, I would, because you'll have hogs that are going to prevent others from using it. So, like a 1 hour limit, stuff like that per day. It's like that, you can't come back until tomorrow. I think it's reasonable, personally. A 1 hour limit per day. I think you should do it, because or else you're gonna get like four guys. You're gonna get all the few guys that want to just like hang on, and they're gonna be just on your SDR, and anybody else that wants to tune it will never be able to go to it. So I personally, I'm okay with it also because of another reason. Like there's a Swedish SDR that I love tuning. It has a 1 hour limit, but you know what? Once the hour's done, I just choose another SDR that's pretty good around it and continue. So there's so many SDRs, and you're like on the East Coast, for example. You tune yours for an hour, and when it's done, it's done. You tune another one. It's not like it's not theirs, and sharing is, I think, something cool. Yeah, Mr. Stonegrove, that's possible. Also, one thing to be careful. Some have a inactivity timer. So you tune something and you don't touch the controls for 15 minutes, they might throw you out. Because it's like, well, are you there? So sometimes you got, just like click a control or something to continue having the timer reset. Joseph, I am a Kiwi SDR camper to some extent. I like to leave it on in the background when I'm working. Yeah. Look at I have an old Sony clock radio with remote control and an iPhone charging dock for the old iPhone cable before lightning. Radio Marti broadcasts from the Greenville, North Carolina transmitter site. Same transmitter site used by VOA. It broadcasts towards Cuba from there. Radio Marti is a broadcast directed at Cuba. So that's why you hear Cuba all the time on it. But it's from Greenville, North Carolina to Cuba. And so okay, let's go here. Mike B, I'm very happy with my 109 WB, where here in rural Colorado, Texan AN 200 and XHJ AN 80 make a nice starter kit for about $100 US. Put a setup on Lazy Susan for AMDX. Cool. John Beckham, I must say that the Radio Marti at is the loudest station. Yeah, it's 6030. Yeah, of course, they're broadcasting to Cuba. It's your next door neighbor there in Florida. Kevin Michael, 440.25 megahertz UHF ham repeater comms. Oh man, here the communications are so quiet. So quiet on 70 centimeters and 2 meters. It's crazy. So, what else do we have? Yeah, 6030. Kevin Michael got Brazil on 3310 a few times. 3310. Okay, there's nothing listed here on 3310 though. Oh yeah, there's something listed. Oh, you might be okay. No, there's no Brazil on 3310. It's Bolivia. If you're hearing something on 3310, I heard it in a walk in the park in the summertime, where it was like low noise in the park. Radio Mozos Chasqui, which is in Bolivia. So that what you would be hearing on 3310 is Bolivia in Spanish and Quechua languages. Kevin Michael. Lagardie 11780, severe fading. Yeah, SDR sharp as RDS. Most software have RDS. You got to turn it on or just find it. Capella 2132. Nice to have you on board, Donald. VE2XT from South of Montreal. Pretty cool. And which SDR dongles are the most recommended? Well, if you don't want to spend a lot of money, there's only one. And what I would suggest is the SDR RTL SDR V4. RTL SDR V4. Okay? That would be the only one I would recommend if you don't want to spend a lot of money. If you want to spend more, you can move up to something like, it's a little black box, a SDR Play RSP1B, but that is 4 times the price of the dongle that I just told you. That dongle, the V4, is actually surprising for its price, honestly, and would work well. Yeah, the D808 is it does the let's say the minimum of RDS decoding. Absolutely. Honestly, the best RDS receiver I've got of all. I mean, I've got a few that are really nice, but Shoyang LC90 is just so great on there with the RDS. Shortwave archive. I missed my CD-ROM. Well, you can buy an external one. They're like $30, something like 30, 35 bucks, 40 bucks max, and you get yourself a CD, DVD, ROM. NSR Rat says, thanks, Joe. I have a PL600, not happy with how voice transmission sounds. Yeah, the PL680, 600, sorry, it's a little harsh. I don't use it much, but it is a little harsh, definitely. Yeah, the Eton Elite Executive, that's the one I was actually had in my mind when I said I have a few that are nice. That one came up to mind, the Eton Elite Executive. Definitely has a nice RDS feature. Cordis NDX 286 is very close second for the RDS. Yeah, it also is good. Definitely. Jim Garden says, have you noticed that the reason why the D109, R108, and V115 sound better than most small radios is their speakers are baffled and sealed in a compartment almost a la Bose? Yeah, they use the way that they use it. First of all, I think they use a type of speaker that technically is often used more for bass than a standard like rich open all frequency type speaker. Because standard radios, they just use like a speaker that is, well, it's good from 20 hertz to 20,000 kilohertz. And it sounds whatever it sounds like. And of course, the fact that there's no special encasement with the speaker to drive the radio, the audio waves in a certain way. Well, that's why most radios sound okay, nothing more. These radios sound better because they've chosen a specific speaker that has less of an audio range, and they enclosed it in a way like Bose, exactly, great example, like Bose, to make it really sound as good as possible. So these radios definitely sound just amazing. Honestly, for the price, for the size of the speaker, man, they are a little muffled. If you like to have a little richness in a higher frequency range, they're gonna miss out. Those responses in higher frequencies are not there, but they do sound pretty cool. Bob Alou, do you think we all get hit with the YouTube ads simultaneously, or do you think no? It depends on your location. YouTube ads are localized. It depends on your location. You could see an ad, and others might not have one. It really is very different depending on the regions. So, you know. So it's really it's really different. I let YouTube choose its own ads, but sometimes when I set up the stream, I wonder if I shouldn't set the stream up for manual placement so that I can just put an ad in non-critical areas of the live stream. I think that could be a good idea, honestly. Because I know that when you let the automation go on, sometimes an ad, and you know, that's another thing that I find sad. When I started streaming live shows with ads, YouTube used to let me know when an ad was about to play for some of you. So because I knew I could just stop, do something else, let's tune the bands a little bit and come back after a minute, because I knew. Now it's like I could be talking, I understand that too. It's annoying for one thing, because I could be talking about something you find interesting. You get your ad when you come back. Well, I moved on to something else. So, you know, maybe sometimes I should, maybe next week I'll try that. Put the ad manually. Could be better, maybe. Shortwave archive, that's why I checked the user tab on Kiwi SDRs to see my inactive timer. WS09 Homebrew, yeah, I've been monitoring it to see how it plays out. Seems like I may need to implement something. Lots of times there is little or no use. Other times it maxes out. Put it at the Bert. Just put it at what you think is reasonable as a time limit, and you know it's going to be okay. But I think a time limit is fine, honestly. Okay, Michael, 10-meter band open with Morse code. Okay, thanks, Shortwave Archive. It's going to be interesting to look at. Thank you so much. Yeah, Kevin Michael, it's Bolivia on 3310. I heard it, I think it's last summer. I did a walk in the park, and so it was very, very low noise. And there's something on 3310 we could hear. I posted a video on it. And that's Bolivia, Richard Cheskis. No problem, Artak. Happy. John McKim, do you still play with your, you mean your, my ATS 25? Yeah, it's here, look. When a radio is within reach, when a radio is within reach of my hands, all I can say is that it means it's usually used regularly. Here it is. That too, I haven't made a lot of videos recently. I should play with this. I like these. You know, these are novelty. They're unique in the way they're designed and the stuff. Blogger Die has one which is like an advanced version of this, and they perform okay. They perform good enough that it's like, yeah, okay, got no problem. But and there's something about them that makes them fun to play with. You know, I would not say, well, buy this instead of something else. But for a guy that's a little technical, that's like a little geeky, they're kind of fun to play with. I like those. I like the fact that they're kind of unusual and kind of cool and, you know, what they are. My WX50's got an external USB CD drive for my desktop, but it very... Mine is, I think, somewhere there in front of, like, under junk, tons of junk. It's like, I don't remember the last time I used the CD drive or the DVD drive. You know, I know they're still sold. Maybe somebody told me the other day, it's like, why don't you buy a freaking cheap DVD player for the TV? And it's like, yeah, I know. You know, it would be on its own. Don't need a computer. But then again, I got about 300 movies on DVD here. What happens when I want to watch a movie? What do you think I do? I'm going to get out the freaking DVD player, plug in the PC on the TV? No, I'm going to just go online and find it streamed somewhere. Why plug in anything? You know. Mike WX50, I lived on the Navy base in San Francisco as a kid in the 60s. Wow. Paul Stringer, RTL SDR is a nightmare before loading the software. No, Paul Stringer. The V3, you have to do that, but the V4 is, the V4 version is autonomous. It doesn't need a special driver of any kind, Paul. The V3 is a nightmare because, yeah, you got to reinstall. Every time there's a big update in Windows, you got to restart the driver, blah, blah, blah. But the V4 doesn't work like that. That one is better. Scalar Phoenix. Well, BFO is always finicky, yes, Scalar Phoenix. A BFO by nature is always a little rough to, fine tune anything. That's why, when I talk about the Texan PL330, and one of the things that's hard to explain is that, yeah, but because of its very precise frequency when you calibrate it, there's no fine tuning. If something's on 8764 kilohertz upper sideband, you just punch in 8764. There's no BFO, there's no, fine tuning of any kind. It's dead on. It's there. It's not like a radio with a BFO where there's no precision. So what means you'll do 8764, but then you gotta play with the BFO button or knob and try to fine tune by ear the voice correctly. And it's even worse if you're listening to pirates. Pirate radio stations play music. If there is one thing that is hell to tune correctly is with a BFO, is try to fine tune and beat zero for music. It's the most difficult thing you can do. Yeah, Shortwave Archive. I understand. So I could check out and see maybe manual placement of ads. Because I used to have a button that could I just clicked and it's like put an ad here, and because I did it, I could just control that and say like, okay, I just placed an ad. Let's take it easy, and then we'll continue the speech. RTO. The minute good discussion starts, advertising starts. Okay, Michael has 28,850. I'm just listening 2 seconds, guy, because there's a fire, a smoke detector that just started in the building. Okay, it just stopped. I always hate that, because when I hear a fire, a smoke detector in another apartment, it's like, yeah, what's happening? Jim Gordon, is the stuffed toy behind you really your rabbit's ear antenna? It is. For those that don't know the story of this is a rabbit that was given to me at Easter of 2008-ish, 9, from my sister that died of cancer in 2011. So the funny part, she was kind of a little shy because she gave me a little, like a little chocolate. It was like a little chocolate bag, and the rabbit was on the bag. It was part of a design that they were selling. But she found that the rabbit was really cute, so she was like, "Well, oh the hell with it! I'm gonna give him, that with the rabbit." So when I took it, it was like, "Wow, it's really cute." And when I got that, it was a couple of weeks later that I learned that she had breast cancer. And so, it kind of changed the meaning of it. I don't get attached to stuff that is material usually. But now this was little rabbit that my sister gave me with chocolate, And so when she passed away, this became, this has to be on every camera shot of the live shows. This is my sister being here She was a ham radio operator. So this rabbit represents something very, very special for me. So I've always kept it close. It's always been very close here. It's, you know, a little souvenir. Okay, 6880 apparently. Let's go and check out Pirates here. 6850 and up. Anything up there? $68.80. Pretty strong pirate here. Yeah, 6880, very strong. This is why I talk about single sideband precision, when instead of a BFO, you simply tune directly on a frequency. You know, there's no knobs to tune, there's no nothing. He's right on 6880 precisely, this radio too, and so you just tune and it works. This is where frequency precision is great for tuning single sideband. You don't have to fiddle with BFO. So I got an ATS 20 also. It's full of dust because I haven't used it in a long time. What else do we have? Mad Radio DXer, that's the same thing here. I mean, I got movies that instead of, you know, fiddling with the DVDs, I just stream them, you know. Same thing. So Richard Wagner, 6880 Pirate. Oh yeah, Skyler Phoenix, you're going to have a great radio, and it's going to be. It has the Texan S2200X as calibration available. You can use WWV time signal calibrated. Then you just tune 6880, for example. It's going to be right on the dot. No BFO fiddling, anything. RGA Dakota, here that's 6880 Pirate. Joseph in California, nothing there. The new RTL SDR V4 is like, I don't know, 30 some US dollars. It's very low cost. Let me just check it out here if I can find it quickly. Because the V3, yeah, it's a nightmare sometimes. RTL SDR V4 is here. Okay. So if I want to buy it, the RTL SDR store. And it is okay. Let's check it out here. Trying to find where. So here, a Rocal reseller. You got to be careful where you buy it because there's a lot of clones of those. I'm trying to find a price exactly here. There you go. Okay, it's $43.95. It's a little more expensive now. $43.95 US dollars. RTL SDR V4. The V3 is $10 less, and you better have $10 more. $43.95 US dollars, and you can buy it on Amazon, AliExpress, eBay. But go through the website. Don't buy it directly going and searching for it, for a very simple reason. There's tons of clones that look like the real deal, but they're not. Yeah, I gotta be careful, Artak. There's clones on Amazon. Make sure the one you have is a real one. That's why I, like, you better be safe. Go through the RTL SDR blog and click their links to it. Because there's a lot of clones, and the clones don't do shortwave. They do VHF, UHF, but don't do shortwave. SWO Signals 23, hearing the Pirates 6880, but very weak here in the west coast of Florida. Yeah, Jim Gordon. She's took me a long time. Me and my sister would play adventure games on PC, and we would compare our notes of, okay, where are you? What oh, you passed that level. Okay, what did you do? And what was that, how do you actually deal with that, that riddle or whatever, that puzzle. Then how do you do that puzzle? It's like, and when she passed away, I stopped playing adventure games. There was something so intense about it that I just couldn't play adventure games anymore. It took me 10 years. So she died in 2011. I played my first video game, my first adventure game on PC, and I think it's 2021, 10 years later. Now today I'm playing. And you guys are going to find it funny, but when I play sometimes, I kind of talk to her, and I'm like, wow, you would have loved this game. I'll be playing, and I was like, oh man, you would have loved this game. You would have found it so cool, Oh, Blogger Die, I got 2 VHS that still work here. One that I have to take out because I need to absolutely plug it and get that little movie from high school where we did our little presentation, a little movie, homemade movie, Paul Richardson, it's Catterday. And here in Canada, today is National Canadian Flag Day. And it's the 60th anniversary of the Maple Leaf, our Canadian flag. And like I said at the beginning, I've never seen as many Canadian flags as recently. So, no politics, but I guess a lot of you know why. Richard Wagner is 6880 good in Northeast Illinois on is ATS 25X2. Cool. Oh yeah, it ends, Paul Richardson. It ends this weekend, right? I think it ends this weekend. Oh, maybe I should go to the bar and get some beer tonight. I never realized I went to karaoke with friends, And I wonder why the beer was less expensive. And I forgot about that tax break for the holiday season. Or whatever. If you guys have an SDR, and we actually should do it here. I'm going to start the PC here. And I'm going to tune the Pirate on the SDR. And on the display, Mixed Radio International usually has on the waterfall some pictures and some letters. Yeah, I think you're right, Paul. I think it ends today. Yeah, let's all go out and let's all go to the restaurant tonight. So my pizza tonight is going to be tax-free. Well, not tax-free because there's a provincial tax, but yeah. So let's go here. I'm going to display. Let me just turn on the display of the Yesu so that we get the display of the PC. And I'm going to put the network SDR Play SDR on it. There we go. So let's check this. So you guys see the screen? Yeah, it's not bad. So let's put SDR connect. And we're going to tune the Pirate station. Maybe you guys are going to see it. Danielson, nice to have you on board. Hearing the Mexican Spanish speaking station here in Melbourne. No signal, audio only. But one of them skipping. Bones, good evening. What's your location? 0 signal, 6880 coming in better now in Florida. Looking for the pictures on the waterfall. So let's tune in here. There we go. Okay, let's go and make the waterfall really big. Remember that mixed radio is a very wide audio in general. So we'll see if we get any. We'll see if we get any of the mixed radio stuff here that appears on the waterfall display here. But very often you'll see like MRI, Mixed Radio International, and stuff like that. Bones from upstate New York. Cool. Nice to have you here, my friend. Matthew Fernal. Hey, everybody. How is everyone doing? Having a little trouble with my HF Plus Discovery in my loop antenna. I can get signals to come through, but not on a consistent basis. Okay. So, I know it's hard to explain maybe in text, but exactly how does it try to give us hints of what exactly is happening and what you mean? So that maybe we can help you out, Matthew. So right now there's no other thing than the... I will lower this, make it a little smaller. See what we can grasp in here. So, nice to have everybody on board. So let's see what's happening outside. Anything happening outside? There we go. There we go. This is my front yard here. And let's see if we can get the brightness a little higher. There we go. So nothing much happening. As we are waiting for 16 inches of snow. After we had 16 inches of snow on Thursday. This is pretty crazy. If you like the live shows, if you like what I do, if you enjoy, and maybe, you know, there's an idea that was brewing out there. Maybe some of you tomorrow would like to have a special snowstorm edition of a live show. Well, I'm kind of open to it. So, I can get static to come through, but I find it very difficult to be able to pick up my locals with the U-loop antenna. Okay, and the U-loop is indoors, right? Near, not too far. Maybe you're getting too much noise. Maybe you need to get something better or position it differently. Put it in a window or something. I suspect that maybe the problem you're having is noise. Is there a specific way to connect the antenna? I've tried pretty much every way I can, and that doesn't seem to work. Yeah, I have the impression that you're getting a lot of noise. First of all, that U-loop needs to be far away as possible of your computer. That you can. Very, very, very important. John Beckham, 5950, coming in well in Northeast Florida, which is WRMI. RGA Dakota, anything over 30 centimeters of snow is nothing to mess with. Yep, definitely. Here we have a car passing by. So, here we go. Shane Flower has got an RSP1B and I have been extremely disappointed in it. I am a medium wave junkie and I bought RTL V4 and I loved what it did, hooked up my MLA loop. Yeah, I think your setup for the MLA, for the RSP1B is maybe not right in the software itself. You got to make sure that your setup in the software settings is good, because the RSP1B is pretty good. I had the 1A. It was great even on medium wave and long wave. And I got the RSP-DX, the network RSP right now. They're really, really great. But it often has to do with settings. Sometimes when a couple of settings are wrong, it doesn't work well. Hello there, our friend Ontario CB Club, 9 Oscar Charlie. Nice to have you on board. Pretty cool. Lots of activity in the CB band where you are. Well, the MLA30, if you want it to work well, so here's the thing, Matthew. You can't position the antenna in the same place. So the MLA30, remember, is an amplified U-loop, if we'll put it in that term. Your U-loop should technically work very well already, but if you position it in a bad place where there's too much noise, it's not going to work well. The MLA30, if you can put it outside, away of your, the interior and of your noise, it's going to work better, not necessarily because it's an amplified antenna, but because you're moving it away from the noise. So this is the trick. Shortwave archive, snow start again. It's not here yet. It's not here yet. It's getting close now. It's not here yet. If I look at it, it's not here yet. So I'm gonna do this. Okay. Map. But, you know, I mean, we're in kind of light snow. I don't know if it's light. Is there light snow right now? Yeah, I might be seeing very light snow right now. But, yeah, it's, I mean, it's coming. That's for sure. This is what it looks like right now. We're slowly gonna get it. We're slowly gonna get it. 16 inches coming up. It's going to be something. I don't remember ever in my whole life. I'm 50. I'm going to be 56 next month. And I don't remember in my whole life 2 huge snowstorms like that back to back. I've never. I don't remember any time that happened. I remember big snowstorms, but they were unique. Or I remember big snowstorms that were like, you know, a week or 2 weeks distance, but that gives the time for the snow removal crew to get everything out. But 4 days back to back right now, I don't remember that. I don't remember that ever happening. Shane Flowers, and the only thing I can pick up is in the broadcast FM band and NOAA weather channels. The RTL version 4 performs much better for me. And the software from SDR Play just sucks, and it won't work with SDR Sharp. Yeah, well, it's a question of settings, that's for sure, because you can easily get the same performance off the SDR Play device. It's really a question of. As for the SDR Sharp, well, that's the fault of AirSpy, because it used to work with SDR Sharp. But AirSpy blocked SDR Play because they were competition. So, use whatever works anyways, you know. Mario DXer, sorry I misread. I would go with what Jill said. Also, the noise from the SDR may also be going into your antenna. Yeah. Ontario CB Club, skip with the US and Europe every morning. Yeah, these days, yeah, absolutely. I've got the, well, it doesn't show here. I'm going to turn it on and see if you guys can see it. Right there. Let me just see if we can, there we go. You might see it right here. This is the Uniden 980 SSB CB radio. Which I love. It's a nice little rig that I got here. 54 cal 5960 Voice of Turkey on 5960. Oh yes, it should be on right now. Yep, Voice of Turkey coming in English. It really doesn't sound like the Voice of Turkey before they changed earlier this year. And I think there's the European service of Radio Romania in English. Let me just check it out. 23. In 30 minutes, we'll try Radio Thailand, as we do almost every Saturday recently. So 23, yeah, Radio Romania in English to Western Europe on 7220. Let's try that. Yep.
person. You have been listening to the Paradigm Encyclopedia.
So 7220, Western Europe, Radio Romania, but I can hear China in the background. Western Europe coming in on the East Coast, 7220 in English, Radio Romania. 5960, Voice of Turkey in English, coming in right now. Also, so you can check that out if you want, guys. Kind of interesting. Amar Beers, Chandigarh Data Recovery Labs. Nice to have you here from India. 5 a.m. over there. Michael, in the snowstorm, try long way from Europe. Matthew, does the MLA30 come with the connectors to be able to connect to my radio so I'd be able to leave the antenna outside? So it comes, the MLA30 comes with a pretty long cable that has a SMA30 male connector. It's an SMA30 male connector. PL990 or H501, you can even save money and go with the 880 if you want. It's great and it's going to be even less expensive for you. But between the 990 and H501, I'd give it. I would say, well, do you want to have stereo on FM and stereo on your Bluetooth connection? Does it matter or not? Matthew, no, don't be sorry for asking question. We're here to help. So if we can help, it's great. So the MLA30 is an SMA30 male connector. John Beckham, 6105, Japanese station, which comes in loud and clear, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, it's NHK Radio Japan, broadcasting to Central South America in Japanese, but from the Issoudun, France transmitter site. So you're hearing NHK Radio Japan Japanese service, but it comes from France. John. Bob's Old Records. I don't think I saw that much snow from when I lived in Hay River, Northwest Territories. I mean, we had big storms at point. I mean, I remember, I think it was in the pandemic, during the pandemic. Between Christmas and New Year, we had one storm that dumped 50 centimeters of snow, which was almost a record for one storm. We had big storms, but I've never, I don't even remember having a big major snowstorm dump snow, and the snow removal crew didn't have time to remove it before another major big storm arrives. I don't remember ever seeing that. Matthew, I'm gonna take it out to the lake and hook it up at my cabin out there because there's less noise. Yeah, you got to try it as best as you can with something like that. Matthew's just getting into the Xing really seriously, and I hope eventually find the right antenna. The biggest problem today that you will find, Matthew, is that if you live in an urban area, I live in the middle of the city, noise is hell. It's crippling our hobby. It's killing shortwave listening because it's just crazy, the noise that we have. So if you can do it in a if you can do it in a quiet environment, and especially have an antenna that is outdoors, far away from any noise source of your home, that's going to be better. Shortwave Archive always enjoys RRI. Let's hope they stay for as long as possible, considering only using one instead of two frequencies, and now only EQSLs are issued. Yeah, You have a problem with the financing. The problem with money is that's killing a lot of shortwave broadcasters. Bob's Old Records, 880 and 330 are both excellent radios. Kevin Michaels, 7220, PBS China. Yeah, here I hear China in the background of Radio Romania, very weak, but it's there. You notice that it's there. Oh yeah, the MLA30s are fun for that. If you want to modify an antenna, the MLA30 is like the king of modification antennas. If you play with it, you do what you want. There's RTA 0. Plants will be happy in spring with snow. Mr. Stonegrove, I like the H501X for the FM and Bluetooth, but only for shortwave. It wouldn't get it. I'm kind of tempted to get a PL990X as a smaller, more portable version for being more portable. Yeah, I understand it totally. It is a big radio. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board. And because our electronics shortwave archive. First of all, you know what? I'm going to go get another drink, and we're going to answer that question because there's a lot of factors in play why noise today versus 70s or 80s is different. So I will go fill up my wine, and I will be back with answers to the mysterious questions of why the noise is worse today. So... what do we have here? 220, 960. So anyways, I'll be back in 2 seconds. So, we are back to answer the age-old question of noise today versus noise in the 80s or 70s. And here's the thing. First of all, how many electronic devices did you own in the 70s or 80s? Not a lot. We owned a TV, a radio. In the 80s, we came with computers, the first computers. But overall, most people didn't have a lot of electronic gadgets. We didn't have electronic gadgets pretty much. We own only the basic stuff. In the 80s, you owned a VCR, a TV, a microwave oven. You didn't have, maybe you had a computer, but that's it. Today, I bet you that in your home you have tons of gadgets that you didn't have back then, including your phone, your smartphone, and your chargers and stuff. That's the first reason. More electronic devices, more noise. Goes with it. But also, the shielding and the way things were done back then, and that's why things were expensive also, was much more present. So back in the 80s, if you bought a Commodore 64 and opened the Commodore, you'd notice that there's shielding plates everywhere. It's like it had to meet stringent, very, very tough requirements in not generating RFI. Today, that is kind of relaxed. It's like there's no verification. We buy stuff from China that, honestly, you buy stuff on Amazon from China, nobody ever verified anything. It just comes in and you bought it. And it's super noisy and crazy noisy and whatever. Because there was no rules. Those rules are out the window. Plus, in the 80s, ever wonder why everything you bought had this big wall wart or this big heavy power supply? Because in the 70s or 80s, when you gave power to devices, they were lining up power supplies. So they were, look, this is a power supply for the Atari 2600. Look at that. This is a big, chunky analog. Whoops, you guys don't see it because I'm trying to pull without breaking anything. So look, this is a chunky little block of power supply. And this is an effort. This is inside this. All you have is a transformer, a voltage regulator, and a big capacitor to smooth out the power. But that's pretty much it. There's a rectifier, a voltage regulator, a big capacitor, and a transformer. A big transformer. That's why it's big. That's why compared to today's stuff, this gives 10 times more power than this can give. Look at the difference in size. But this is going to be very noisy. This is going to be extremely quiet. And that's the introduction of switching power supplies. Switching power supplies are amazing because in days when we need a lot more power than before, if we did not invent switching power supplies, we would have huge power blocks that would weigh 20 pounds. Devices today are power hog. Even though they are more efficient, they are power hog. And so having, you want to have your phone charged in 30 minutes, well, you're going to pay the price. You need something that gives it a lot of power. So you want to have this charged in 30 minutes? Be ready. If there were no switching power supplies, we'd have huge devices that would weigh a ton. So switching power supplies are great for that because they've reduced the size of a power supply into very small space. And the reason and how they do it, mostly because they take the main voltage and cycle of the mains, which is 60 hertz here in North America, 50 hertz in Europe, and ups that to kilohertz, meaning you will take 60 hertz power and with a switching circuit will send it up to, 200 kilohertz so that it is more efficient. Meaning at 200 kilohertz, I can handle, 12 volts at 30 amps in a very small device. And the reason is because the high frequency at which it switches means that it generates almost no heat. Because the biggest enemy of a power supply is heat. And the lower the frequency, the more heat generated. That's why, we had 2-ton power supplies that would come really hot. Because dealing with AC at 60 hertz is inefficient, totally inefficient. Most of the power you're actually grabbing is going out in heat rather than powering the device you want. But switching power supplies have a dark side. And that dark side is that they create harmonics of all sorts. Now, they don't have to. They can be contained. A great example of that is the power supply I'm using down here. You guys might see it right here. This is a 50 amp power supply, 13.8 volts. This is what powers my ham gear. So it's 50 amps. Why? Because when I transmit with the Yaesu FTDX10, 100 watts of power, it takes about 22 amps of power to transmit 100 watts. So you need a powerful device. That is, by the way, a switching power supply. But it is designed to be very quiet. So when they went to the drawing table, they thought, well, this is going to be for AM gear, so it needs to be low noise. And they've designed it for that. They even designed it with an offset button. So if, and this one doesn't, but if a buzz from the switching circuit falls on the frequency you're listening to, you can offset it or change the frequency of the circuit that actually is the oscillator. And so it moves the noise away to another frequency, which means it isn't a problem at all anymore on the main frequency you are on. But I've never had that problem with this at all. Most of the power supplies we deal with today are these, and unless they are well designed, once again, they create harmonics. Harmonics are multiplication of frequencies based on math. So this works at a certain frequency, let's say 300 kilohertz. But because of no shielding or lack of shielding and just poor design to have the minimal amount of parts when it's plugged in to do the job that it wants to do, then you start having harmonics. So 300 becomes 600, 600 becomes 1800 kilohertz. Hey, that's the medium wave band, and so on and so on. And it will generate tons of these harmonics everywhere across the spectrum. So you have all of these running, and we suddenly have a lot of noise. So more electronics, cheap power supplies that are switching power supplies, plus the world outside. The world outside means we got DSL, we then got, cable is not supposed to do a lot of noise, but it's there. There's all sorts of new things everywhere that are transmitting at different frequencies that need power. All of that, the different, if you live near businesses, restaurants, and they might have a neon sign, they might have all of that. The noise floor gradually gets higher, and higher. And it's our new world of technology. That's the thing. Spark Driving with Eric. Nice to have you here. Our RT08 by Alexa iPad phone is unfortunately broadcasting a signal in your home today. Red Shaver, what is that? My girl, Juped? Did you fall on your keyboard or did your cat come in? Well, I know why Wellbrook went out of business. I mean, it ain't much better than an MLA 30. You know, I might have driven them out of business, actually. I have a W6 LVP loop here. Oh no, Wellbrook. Sorry, we're mixing up stuff here. Wellbrook, yeah, Wellbrook. I mean, they have to compete with Chinese magnetic loops, you know. And I can tell you one thing. I heard a lot of people compare my W6 LVP loop with the Wellbrook, saying they're pretty much similar, which also tells me you're paying too much money for nothing. You know what you want. Do what you want. It's your money. But, nah. Well, Michael just switched over to Satellite 800. John Beckham, cool music on 7220. Mike B, I do upholstery and I have a powerful sewing machine with a servo motor. My radios do not like that servo motor. Yeah. Absolutely. In Canada, is there a place where I can get a hold of old exam papers? I want to get my license. Paul Stringer, you can go to the ISED website. They have the exam online with random questions. They go through it. Canadian ham exam ISED. I'm gonna put you the. So here we go. So here's the amateur radio exam generator. Paul, here we go. Go there and go through the questions. I did dozens of times before I got my license. Madeline St. Kitts, nice to have you here. Lagardie. My baby is a dog containment fence. John Beckham, remember Jill when the first pocket portable transistor radios, for the most part, that they used 9-volt batteries were back in the day. Yeah. RT08, my old Atari 800 computer, great for amateur radio shielding inside. Yep. John Ash, that's the reason why car companies want to get rid of old AM radios in cars. Electronics generate noise. Yep. Oh, I used tons of these 9-volt batteries back in the day. What's the error message you're getting, Vlogger? If Windows doesn't go through, check your hardware. There's something about it in your PC. There's something your PC has that Windows doesn't like. And it might be much more your PC than Windows itself. I install Windows all the time on many PCs here and never have an issue. It's mostly always the PC itself that has something. Bad RAM or something's just not right in the config. Or bad drivers. If your PC has a certain age, drivers are no good. Danielson, what outside live camera are you using in software to be able to make the live adjustments to the brightness? So, right now, what I'm using, what you see me with, is the Brio 4K Logitech cam, which is one of the top rated for streaming and doing 4K. In the window, it's my old cam, which is a Logitech C920. The software I use is OBS Studio. So OBS Studio lets me do multiple cameras, multiple screenshots, I could add a layer here and say I want to show you my desktop, for example. Things like that. I can even do this if I go here. So let's, okay. And I can actually take this, and you guys should be, I guess, seeing a full screen now of my C920. And of course I can put it back to a smaller size depending on what I want to do. And so on. So this is OBS Studio, which has all of these options. I can even put effects, like right now it's just on and off. I can go in and say, well, do a fading effect or whatever, and it will actually do it. So it's all OBS Studio, all of it. RJ88 Dakota here. Most of FM is on live support. Medium wave is almost beyond repair. Some stations on medium wave have gone down to more are now music. Yeah, that's a little sad. So let me. It seems MRI tonight is not sending out much in terms of SDR. Waterfall info or pictures. So let's go to 13450. In 4 minutes we are to have on 13750 Radio Thailand, if propagation is good enough. Catcast, this is all the stuff I need to learn. Jasmine, I know it's controversial, but I'm not trying to be. But I truly think most broadcast radio, medium wave, and FM will be dead by the end of the next decade. Will not. Will not. Radio, you know, Jasmine, there's actually a report that came out a couple of weeks ago that we talked about on the International Radio Report. Radio is still 80% of most listening of people. It's not in 10 years. Oh, there will be less stations for sure, because it's a very tough market to live to. But it's still going to be full of stations to listen to. Won't be long, guys. Knock on the door. Hello, guys. Okay, sorry, there's a little emergency downstairs with water leak, and I have to take care of it. I will have to stop the stream now. So I will maybe try to do a snowstorm special tomorrow. But I'm sorry I have to just leave the stream right now. So take care, everybody. It's nice to have you on board. Stay safe. And if it's not tomorrow, see you next week. Cheers, everybody.